I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with the board roll call. Brian Brooks,
Brian Elliott, board member.
Kim Dickerson, board member.
Corey Holmes, board member.
Brianne Dietrichson, board member.
We also have the superintendent, Scott, and business administrator, Jason Black, with us too as well. All right, we will just go ahead and get right into our first interview, and we will welcome Nicole Lockren, our candidate, her very first briefing.
I know.
Welcome. All right, thank you. Thank you for the interest and for the written answers to the questions. We've read through all those. And we will start with our questions. Sorry, I'll get onto the room. Okay, so first I'd like to welcome you and just open it up for, just tell us a little bit about yourself.
My husband and I moved here in 2010. I have 4 children from ages 20 down to 9. One's in college, one's in high school, one's in middle school, and one's in elementary school currently. I have worked with the school members, with the school employees, with my children's schools, with PTA, WPN, doing different volunteer services work. I have a degree in social work. I have an emphasis in child welfare. I have a minor in Spanish. I lived in Guatemala for 16 months. I have continued to speak Spanish since living in Guatemala. I love to travel. I love to read. I love art. In fact, today I spent most of my day helping the art teacher at Heber Valley, getting ready for an art project that coincides with Literacy Month next month. I think that our schools are fantastic. I deal with kids that are in the Title I school, just from the demographics that my kids go live where we live. And it is a different feel. I don't work outside of the home. My stuff is all volunteer. And I know that that is not the norm, I'm an exception, especially in my children's school. They often have 2 parent working incomes. They don't have the time to come and volunteer that I have. And oftentimes they're not worried about whether their kids will have access to Van Gogh works and Gustav Klimt, and they could probably care less about who they are, but rather whether or not they're going to have food on their tables. And so I know that while their parents are working hard to make ends meet, then I'm trying to help bring more elevation to their education, and so that they can be more well-rounded as they get older and have access to different interests that might spark, becoming interested in different things. So, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Nicole. So I have a second question. What skills, talents, and experiences will you contribute to the board?
So first, I have time, and I know you're probably thinking that's not really a skill, but I'm also really good at time management. I'm very detail-oriented. I have the ability to work really hard and plan things so that they run smoothly, so that at the last minute it's not, oh, we have to get, this, and this, and this, and it's just jumbled at the end. Like I said, I speak Spanish, so I'm able to communicate with different demographics that may not be represented as easily as others. I love children. I love working with the kids. It's really fun for me to go in and to get to know the kids one-on-one. And I do a pretty good job of making people feel important, because I really feel that they are. taking the time to listen, to try and understand what people want and how they're feeling, and trying to empathize with their needs and their concerns. I'm interested and dedicated to making sure our kids receive the best education possible. I'll be honest, I hate math, but I really love making a budget and looking at different things and seeing where money can be allocated and moved, and making sure that we can have the best option with the least amount of expense. Budgets are a big thing for everybody, and it is a huge concern for a lot of individuals. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, what do you see as the greatest strength of the Wasatch School District?
They care. They really care about the students. They care about their education. You can see in the achievement that we have, the giant banners hanging over, how we've moved up in test scores and whatnot, and that they care about the voice of the constituents. We have been presented with Iron Horse, Home of Thunder, and people were not very content with it.
Be careful.
And I know, I'll be politically correct. And you guys listened to that discontent and were willing to completely rename the school and the mascot. That is a huge thing, to have that flexibility, being able to work with people, to not just say, well, this is what we've decided and too bad for you, this is what we're going with, but rather being like, okay, well, this isn't working, let's revamp it and listen to what people want. So
We are, just so you know, anyone listening, 100% behind the name.
it's fantastic. It's the name that I preferred. I voted for Diamondbacks because my 8th grader will be going to that high school, and that was her choice. But Riverhawks was my number 2, so I was really happy, actually.
So how do you think the board should regularly assess the performance and effectiveness of the district's leadership team to ensure that our strategic goals and priorities are being met?
So I like getting, I don't know if I really like getting them, but I appreciate getting the stakeholder surveys at the end of the year about my kids' teachers. And I think that it would be really nice if we did something like that about our school board in general, something anonymous. Since putting my letter of intent, I've had people reach out to me and voice their concern that they have concerns, but they don't know that they can bring them for fear of retaliation against their job. And so I think if we had something that was anonymous, so that we could really see what the teachers were feeling and seeing how we're meeting their needs, I think that would be appropriate. And self-assessment, I like to look at myself, say, what am I doing well on? What can I do better on? Different things like that. I think as a board we could do that as well. And say, look at the different shareholder, stakeholder surveys and say, okay, well, how are we doing on this? What are we doing to make this better? And making goals for that.
Oh, great. Would you seek re-election?
I would. I wasn't sure when we talked at first, but I would.
What would be, it's different right now.
It is different.
It's changed.
Yes. Well, I'd like to get to know people within my seat, but I don't think it's just the representation of my seat, but rather the teachers as well, and as a whole. And I'd really like to get to know the teachers, the staff, to see what their needs are, to see what their complaints are, see what their goals, what their concerns are, and find ways to meet those needs. And then I'd like to let people know, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's other facets of social media, meeting people door to door, which I haven't done in years, but there's different things that I could access, and more than willing to reach out and to let people know where I'm at and what I stand.
campaign to different climate districts too. Almost to have some thick skin.
Yes,
Would you all agree?
oh, 100%. When my daughter asked me, what do you get out of doing this? I said, hate. I'm going to get a lot of hate from people. And she's like, why are you doing this? I'm like, because it's important. We need to have people that are willing to make hard decisions because everybody can't be happy. But I'm a registered voter. I'm not registered with Democrat or Republican. I'm independent. Because both sides need to compromise. And I am one who is fully willing to compromise and look at both sides of it and be like, okay, well, let's do this aspect and let's take this aspect and let's make these two things work. And it doesn't just have to be your way or the highway and this side is too far off on this end. But really, I think that there needs to be more middle ground, and that's where I have stood for years. And that's why I've never gone with either Republican or Democrat, because I am smack in the middle.
Thank you.
One lucky thing is, as school board members, we're nonpartisan,
Yeah, there we go.
so we don't register with either.
It's perfect.
Sure.
I probably get asked every week why I do this.
Do you want to know why I want to do it, or are you just saying no?
I'm just saying, you're saying it's hard to run a family, but I probably get asked every week, why do you do this?
Yeah.
I have an answer, but I'll have to answer.
No, you're not the one on trial, right?
Okay, do you have any questions for the board or anything else you would like to add?
I'd be really good at this. I work well with people. I really want to do this. And I'm excited. The more I think about it and the more options and things come up, I'm like, that would be really fun to be a part of and to make sure that I can have a say and not just my say, but help bring the voice of other people to be heard. Do you have any other questions for me?
I don't think so. Thank you for giving us a lot there. I really like this process that we're adding to, what's required by the state. Like, we didn't just stick with what's required by the state. We added to the process. The extra questions, the written questions, I think was very helpful. So that gave us a lot of information.
Right. And I really appreciate the transparency that you guys have put forth with, letters of intent and the questions, our responses, and let everybody see, so, let people know why. But, in general, whoever it is that the winner is, that they know exactly why that they were chosen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing is I did, when you put in here, moving the comment, can we do that?
Yeah, you can do that now.
Okay, so let's go
So-
ahead and,
We have been notified that it's kind of hard to hear the board members. It seems like the candidate was projecting to the mic better, so there's not a lot we can do other than just ask you guys to speak up a little bit.
is it all of us or just me?
They said everybody.
Okay.
Don't take offense if we holler.
Okay, we need to make a motion to move public comment after interview discussions.
I will make a motion to move public comment to after the interview discussions.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
So that's after all the interviews and
After our discussion?
okay.
After the deliberations.
That's what-
We'll
okay.
move up there,
Yeah.
and then we'll have the public comments. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I don't know how loud we're supposed to be, like.
My wife just said she can't hear us.
Okay, wow. So they heard?
I think the next candidate's coming.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
Come on. Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
Nicole Ferguson.
Yes.
Well, thank you for being here and thank you for your interest. Hey, can they hear you now?
Have a little louder.
Thank you for your interest in being on the school board. And we're very fortunate to have so many candidates that are interested.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it.
If we talk loud, we've been told.
We've been told.
Can't hear us.
You're not yelling at me.
We can hear now, good.
We're good now. Sounds like we're yelling. All right, so we'll just go ahead and start off. Welcome and start off by telling us a little bit about yourself.
Perfect. So I'm Nicole Ferguson, born and raised in this valley. I have 4 boys in the school system. I have a high schooler, a middle schooler, or 2 middle schoolers now, and an elementary school boy. I have a business on Main Street. Let's see, what else about me? I am passionate about this community and about this valley. I have worked as a board member on Chamber of Commerce and Community Alliance for Main Street. I love to find ways that I can be involved. I'm involved with my church, and I love just mingling with neighbors. I love like brainstorming sessions with people. One of the main things that I do as a business owner is bring all my employees together, and I love to have roundtable sessions where we can all like come up with a topic and then brainstorm it. I love to hear different ideas and then go off and explore different ideas so that we can find a good solution. I think that is important, no matter what you're doing, is being able to hear all the avenues and explore different areas of life and whatever the topic is. So that's something about me. I was born in Charleston. I have 6 brothers that all went to Wasatch here. Yeah,
What's your maiden name?
Keller.
Oh.
Yeah. So Scott and Vicki Keller are my parents down in Charleston. So that would be me.
What's your business?
Mountain Refine.
Refine. Okay.
Yeah,
I think I have been in there before, but
probably.
we've never met, so.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I kind of tend to stay in the back and
Yeah.
do the workings of it, but yeah. So I worked in that for a really long time. I bought it in 2016. So
What do you do for CAMS?
CAMS, I represent just a business sector I'm trying to figure out ways to bring business onto Main Street, because our Main Street is the heart of our Heber Valley, and I come as just a way to, I don't know, we try really hard to work with other businesses to figure out what we need to support each other and how to do like sales with each other or different events together. And that's kind of the sector that I have taken on, is what kind of events would our community like, and what kind of events would businesses like to work together on, so that we can bring a unifying factor together for businesses.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
What skills, talents, and experiences will you contribute to the board?
Well, like I said, being a business owner, I manage a lot of different employees. I'm used to dealing with a wide range of customers. Sometimes they're not happy, and sometimes they are. And so being able to listen to those problems that they have, and being able to like come up with a solution, and being able to make sure that everyone is heard in that, in their concerns, I think is a great skill, especially on a board where there's lots of different opinions, and where we have public opinion that matters, as well as a district's opinion that matters. So I think that that's one skill that I have, because I have 4 boys in the school district, and I'm hearing their needs. I hear some of the needs that are going on with the high school, and some of the needs, you know, with the different age kids. So I think that that's a good thing. I'm really involved in my neighborhood and my community, so being able to connect with people and not being afraid to stand in front of people and talk, or to hear what people need, I think that that's a good skill as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
What do you see as the greatest strength of Wasatch School District?
I have seen you guys be drugged through the mud on Facebook. I try really hard to stay off of social media because I think that a lot of times the opinions that are put out there are very one-sided and biased. And someone asked me this morning why I was running. And I said, I don't know, I am so nervous because I feel like I'm getting my family ready to be drugged through the mud. And that's not something that I think should be out there for anyone. In fact, I think that we have scared a lot of people away because that seems to be a really loud voice for the community, and it's not always accurate. And I think that you guys have done a great representation of just stating facts when you're out there and being able to do hard decisions. I think that the renaming of the high school was one of those things. I don't know what went on behind closed doors, but I imagine that it went something like this. We've got to make a decision and there's so many opinions. So how do we make that decision? So somebody stood up and said, hey, we've got to get this done and this is what we're going to do. And then it fell and it didn't work. And you guys, instead of pointing the finger, or you rallied together as a whole and went, okay, community, what do we need to do? And then you listened and you heard and you held your head high and you kept going. I see the surveys that come around as a parent, and I think that you ask great questions. I always give my feedback. So I see that. I've had different principals in my kids' lives, and I've been very impressed with the way that those principals handle their classes and the way that my kids, I have one that gets reprimanded occasionally, and the way that has always been dealt has been great. So I think you guys work well as a board, and it seems to be a pretty diverse board. And everyone seems to be heard and then taking that out to the community. Yeah.
You are too far off.
I'm like, I just see it as a business standpoint going, I bet you this is pretty close.
Yeah.
That was a hard time.
I think it was, and I think it was hard for the community as well. But then to be able to take it back to the community so that they felt heard and validated, I think was really important and showed a lot of integrity as a board as a whole to go, okay, we made a mistake, this is not what you wanted, and so let's hear it and move forward with it. And to do it quickly. So, good job.
Thank you.
How do you think the board should regularly assess the performance and effectiveness of the district's leadership team to ensure that our strategic goals and priorities are being met?
So I looked at this question and I thought, oh, this is a hard one because I already don't know how you currently do it. So I'm going to assume that the things that I say may or may not be getting done. But I think that checking in with the district as a whole, like we have superintendents and different people that are over them, and finding out what their needs are, and then each principal from the schools finding out what their needs are, and then team leaders for each classroom finding out what those needs are, having them written on a paper so that we can see and remember what their needs are and then their goals are, assessing those. I think that communication is really good, so the team leaders communicating amongst each other, and then even like elementary to elementary school, communicating that way so that all of the elementary schools are the best that there is in the state. And we'll have a couple middle schools, same thing, and high schools, same thing. So making sure that that communication is there, that proper goals are set with timelines on those goals, and then going back and finding out, did we reach those goals, and did we set all the tools in place so that those goals can be met. So that's how I would do it.
Okay, thank you. Would you seek re-election?
I think so. Like I really love to be involved in the community. So I'm always looking for some way to be involved. I don't think that really long-term seats are a good thing for a lot of people, but I think a term or two, and this one isn't a full term, correct? It's like a year and something.
2 years.
Yes, so.
22 months.
Okay, so yeah, so 2 years. So I think if I did 2 terms of that, I think that would probably be a good run for me. But yes, absolutely. When I get involved with something, I want to see something all the way through. So I would hope that if I got on the board, would give me some goals to have and some things to work on so that I can like contribute. And then with that, hopefully I have some timelines and then I can meet those deadlines and goals and make something happen.
What would campaigning look like for you?
A lot of word of mouth. I want to go out and go find out what different needs are. I would like to know why my neighborhood would think that I would be a good representation and what they wanted from me. So I don't think I could be a good leader unless I know what people want. So finding out like what their needs are, what their kids' needs are. So not only talking to the parents, but talking to the kids. Like, what do you need in your classrooms? Are there things that you're missing? Are there extracurricular or after-school programs that we're missing for some of these working parents? One of the complaints that I have heard just in my own business, when we have such a long fall break or such a long spring break, I have working parents that can't go home to their kids and they're worried, where do their kids go? So I think that knowing some of those needs and desires, I think are a good thing. So that's probably the main route I would go.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
How would you use social media to campaign?
If I chose to use social media, I actually really liked the approach that Rachel Kaler took when she was on the city council. She took very detailed notes, leaving her opinion out, and then just put those notes on for the public to read. To say, okay, this is what happened in the meeting, this is what was talked about, and this is how it was addressed. And that way, it doesn't have personal opinion in there. It's not throwing anyone under the bus. It's just, hey, here's what we as a board talked about. Here's what the needs are, and here's what was discussed, and here's the outcome. I think that that would be the very best thing.
Do you have any questions for the board, or is there anything that you would like to add?
I would love to know, are there specific things for this seat that we would be in charge of, or how do we get up to speed with the workings of the board?
So we do have training. Once a year we have state training down in Salt Lake.
Okay.
And then once a year we have national training. Speak up.
You have to yell at me.
Once a year, in January, we have state training, and that's
Okay.
down in Salt Lake City. And then in the spring, we have a national training, National School Board Association training. So we generally attend that, and that's in different various cities.
Okay.
It changes year to year. We try to do a board retreat, so we'll have somebody from the Utah School Board Association attend and help us train that way through the retreat. There are board appointments which the president assigns, or assignments, not appointments, assignments, but I haven't done that yet because we don't have
Sure.
a full board yet, so I'm waiting
Okay.
for that. So there are assignments that each board member normally
Okay.
will have. What else? Anything to
They
add?
asked to sit on different boards at times, or
Yeah, there's different, there's like city council, county council, interlocal meetings, which is about every 6 months.
Sure.
We have WPN, the Wasatch Parent Network. I usually go to that one. I've been on that one for 4 years.
Okay.
What else? Oh, there's some other.
So to work with the city and the county and to keep those relationships really strong, because I feel like in a community you need the city, the county, the school board, even the business sector and the private sector all working well together. Is the person that sits on or goes to those meetings?
We just go to the meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The interlocal's a little bit different. It's people from all different. Have you been to?
Mhm.
Do you want to explain that one?
The interlocals are a mix of different people from each organization that's represented within the community, within the county.
Okay.
And so oftentimes there's a theme for the interlocal where someone may be presenting or things like that, which seems to happen on a regular basis. The school district, at least once a year, the school district has presented something to the interlocals. that becomes, you know, a topic area of discussion for the group, to hear input from the other either cities or counties or county, and to hear their input for what we are doing for those particular areas, or how we might affect their area. So like the new high school was a topic of discussion in the past. If we're building, if we're doing something else, it may be another area where people want to ask questions. Recently, there was also some discussions about the big event outside the schools and the achievements. That's also been discussed to explain and to help other individuals understand that as well.
Okay.
For what those are and what that actually means.
Perfect, love it. And I was just gonna add, because we're new and we're trying to get caught up to speed as
Yeah.
well, so some of the training I've appreciated in addition to what Kim said is, I've called and asked the experts in the field the questions, and I've been mentored very well by the board members who have been on. But the Utah State School Board also has webinars and online trainings, and they offer a master board certification,
Oh.
which is basically professional development, professional learning, to also help you know what effective school board member should look like. And it helps you get up to speed on the laws, like open meeting laws and things like that. So there are a lot of resources, which I've been grateful for to help, because
Yes.
it's a learning curve for
Yes,
sure.
because I'm like, I don't want to sign up for something and then not feel
Oh,
like
no,
I have
yeah.
the proper education
Yes.
or the proper knowledge to go forward. I feel like if this was something that I am appointed to and elected to do, I would love to be like very educated so that I can make wise decisions for our community.
No, we're in this together, and we
Yeah.
help each other out. So
Perfect.
You wouldn't feel alone.
I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Is there anything else you would like to add?
I don't think so.
I have a follow-up.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned during the telling us about yourself that you're part of CAMS.
Uh-huh.
One of the things that CAMS is very passionate about is the CRA.
Yes.
So right now, in front of the county, that failed
Yes,
at the
it
end
did.
in December. And so if that comes around, what's your view on that? And how does that benefit the school district?
So CAMS is kind of the CRA is a very, I think it's a teeter-totter topic. And it's one of those topics that no one wants to talk about because it's very opinionated. I think I see a benefit in the CRA in the fact that as a business, I donate to a lot of school programs, a lot of them. I donate to just the school as a whole, and then I also donate to individuals. So I know there is a need for money, and I know that a lot of that money comes from businesses. I believe really strongly that we need a strong Main Street. I don't know how we get there, other than I believe firmly that if the bypass goes through, that will help bring more businesses downtown. Because there's not a lot of businesses on our Main Street, that's a lot of pressure on my business and the business next door to me. But if we have a whole bunch of businesses, we all of a sudden have an influx of tax revenue that goes back into the school district and goes back into our community, which I think is a really good thing. I think that the more people we can bring downtown and bring our town together, we start to create a unity. I don't know, I think that the county was accurate in not passing it right away, because I see, eventually we will need something to keep our Main Street going, but I see that being more the bypass, so that our Main Street will slow down. Right now it's a highway, no one likes to drive on Main Street. I drive on the back roads, most of the places that I go, and so I miss all those Main Street businesses. But if we have that bypass go through, then businesses will start to thrive and more businesses will come downtown. And I think that once that happens, then maybe the CRA is a better time to look at that. But right now, I don't think that the CRA is, I just don't think I don't think the timing is right. When that timing is right, I think that hopefully, because right now you guys have the money from the new Smiths that is up and going, from that increased property revenue, right? But if, say my business, if I owned my business and I increased that property value, The school board would still get what I was paying before, and there would just be that incremental value that would be able to go back into the community and into our downtown, which will create more business. So then I just see it being a snowball effect for a positive thing. But I think the first thing that needs to happen is our Main Street needs to slow down so that more businesses can come on Main Street. That was a really roundabout way to answer it.
Brad, if I can follow up on that, so, but the bypass could be 8, 10 years away.
It absolutely could.
Can we last that long the way we're going?
I don't actually think we can. Like, I look at my own numbers, and I talk to other businesses on Main Street, and something has to give. Whether we move our Main Street and they do the C Street, which they're talking about doing, where it's on from the back side of the park over, I think that that would be a good place to take businesses to. We have to do something to create more business in our downtown area. And whether it's the bypass, I know that bypass is getting some answers hopefully soon, which I think will open up a lot of doors for people. Because we missed that first deadline with that Smith's incremental dollar amount, the school district has a big chunk of change that I think is a good thing. So we can pay our teachers and we can get that other school going. We have needs. The Midway School needs to be redone. I went there as a little girl, and it needs to be redone. We need to have proper places to teach our kids. And I believe that our children's education, what we're doing is we're creating leaders for our community and for our world. And so that starts with a good foundation. So I absolutely don't believe in taking away from our kids. Our kids have to be our first priority. But also with that, our community has to be able to survive. And if we don't have business downtown, where does the tax come from? Like every time you buy a candle in my store, the tax goes back to the city. And so if you're not buying candles in my store anymore, then where does that tax come from? So we have to do something, and I think that the city's doing a good job by going, okay, if the bypass does or doesn't go in, C Street's a great place, or for South on our way to Midway, making sure that that could all be commercial so that businesses like mine could go, okay, Main Street's not working anymore, I'm going to downsize and move off of Main Street to another sector. So.
Do you see an issue with mixing public school money with downtown revitalization?
I don't see it as mixing, because I look at it as kind of a pie. Like, there's only so much money. If we have, say, $1 million, so a portion of it needs to go to the school district. And I believe that a big portion of that has to go. There takes a lot of working to go to a school district. Like, there's just so much overhead, right? And so I think that that needs to be a set piece of pie. I don't think that you can rob Peter to pay Paul at all. I think that downtown needs to be able to run itself. I think that if I'm not running a good business, I shouldn't be in business. And I don't think that my neighbors should have to subsidize my business on Main Street. So I think that competition is really good. I think that going out and giving the residents a reason to shop my store, I think that that's on me. That's not on the school district, and that's not on our community. But I think that doing something to create more businesses downtown. I've watched businesses come and go for years. I grew up on Main Street. My mom had a flower and gift shop and a women's clothing store on Main Street. My dad had a Main Street business. So I've grown up on Main Street watching it go like this, and now I'm watching it go like this. And I just think some changes need to happen. Our infrastructure needs to equal the growth that we're feeling. And we feel that at a school district. We have all these move-ins coming, and there was a lot of pushback to build another school. But I've walked those halls. We had to have another school. We have to have a school so that our kids can learn and our kids can be safe, and that the teachers are not so overwhelmed that they can't properly give a good education. So I think that all areas are important.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anything else? All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This one was really hot nosed, they did turn the heat down in here.
I I was like, man, is it just me or is it?
I almost had to leave.
Just the pressure of the interview.
I know, I'm like, man, the interview, I'm on the other side too.
You ready for the next one?
Are we good to keep going?
Can I take a moment?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll take
Just
a
one
few
second.
minutes.
Let's take a
Yeah.
nap.
Yeah.
I'll have him sit.
Ready? Mr. Chambers.
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Grateful for this opportunity.
Yes, welcome, and thank you for your interest in being a part of the board.
Thank you.
So why don't we start off by just telling us a little bit about yourself?
Thank you. Before I do that, I just want to say how lucky we are in this valley. I was sitting in the back room and listening to Nicole and Mrs. Lochran, and you got a great valley here. There's great people. But my name is Craig Chambers. My wife Chelsea and I have 3 kids. All Wasatch County School District. We love this valley. We've been here, about 13, 14 years. I am an attorney by trade. I work for the city of Lehigh. I supervise all the prosecution there, and then I also represent the planning commission and other various boards and other things. I've been an attorney for about 15 years. During that time, I've done a lot of criminal and civil work, mainly for local governments. When I worked about 5 years for Wasatch County. Part of my duties included representing the health department, the board of health, the planning commission, and also prosecuting juvenile cases, as well as numerous other felony and misdemeanor cases. I feel like I've got a lot of experience, working with people, and kind of understanding what is going on in people's lives and being cognizant of that.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. All right, Mr. Chambers, what skills, talents, and experiences will you contribute to the board?
Great. Like I said, I've been an attorney for local governments for 15 years. A lot of people hear attorney and go, oh boy. I'm not that kind, I promise. I started my career in 2009 in Lovelock, Nevada, clerking for a judge who covered most of the northern part of the state. And he chose to live in Lovelock, so as his clerk, that's where I got to live. And it was always interesting for me to see that this is a man who put people, in prison for life, or sentenced people to, different things during the darkest times of their lives. And yet in the community, everybody loved and respected him. And one thing he taught me was, you know, as long as you respect people and care about people, they will, you know, they'll reciprocate. And so I've tried to make that my goal, is to be respectful and to be compassionate towards others, which is kind of what our world needs a little bit more of. And I think through that approach and through my experience working with local governments, I understand the bond process. I understand the budgetary process. I've been through truth and taxation hearings. I understand HR issues. Currently, my responsibility with Lehigh City is I represent the HR department when we have those types of issues come up. So through my 15 years of experience, I've seen a lot of the things that a school district deals with and has to navigate through on a daily basis. I bring not just knowledge of my professional career, but as I grew up, both of my parents were school teachers. 3 of my siblings are school teachers. Well, one's now a vice principal down in the Provo School District. So I understand that aspect as well, and the importance of teachers, and the importance of having that balance. You know, some people say it's kind of a tug sometimes to try and, you know, the admin and teachers, but I think ultimately we all have the same goal, and that is to provide the best education that we can for the children in a safe environment. But also from my professional standpoint, where I've worked with taxpayers a lot, dealing with some of the very difficult decisions. You know, are we going to build this building? Are we going to include these improvements? And I've seen over those 15 years what works and what doesn't, and how we can take tough situations and be respectful, but also listen and make the best decision that we can.
Wonderful, thank you. I have a friend who did the same in Lovelock.
Nice.
Yeah.
What do you see as the greatest strength of the Wasatch School District?
So when I look at the Wasatch School District, I think we have 3 very, very distinct groups and very distinct things that make our school district great. I think it starts here in this building as we look at the individuals that put their blood, sweat, and tears into working to make our school district great. It's the 3rd floor back here with, you know, we've got Derek and Brett and Todd and Eric and Ms. Disher, who used to be my child's principal. I think their vision, and also Superintendent Sweat, they have a vision for this district. You know, obviously, as I work for the city, I understand the difference between the city council and the city manager, and that's kind of similar with the school district, where you have your school board and your superintendent. And, you know, as we look at the administration, the principals have this vision. So I think that's one pillar, and one of the strengths that our district has is we've got some amazing people who have developed over a lifetime in education great programs that you can see based on our test scores, based on where our kids are going, whether it's college, whether it's, you know, other fields. Our kids are succeeding and thriving. And I think it starts with that, but also that second pillar that I think is great in our school district is our teachers. We have great teachers. I can't tell you one bad teacher that my kids have had. These are teachers that care about my children and know my children. I was talking with my daughter, who's now 17, her 4th grade teacher on Sunday, and she was bringing up stories of what happened when she was in 4th grade, about, hey, how is Maddie doing, da-da-da, you know, and with just going into detail and sharing with me stories that were, I mean, this was almost 10 years ago, and yet she knows her and she remembers her by name. I think that's one of the strengths that our school district has. And then the 3rd pillar, I believe, is an engaged community. We have a very engaged community, for good or bad or however you want to look at it, but I think it's a great thing that we have people that care. Not only do they care about the education of our children, but they care about our community. As the largest taxing entity in the county, that's a big responsibility. And it's good to have people kind of letting us know, hey, this, you know, giving us the temperature on things. That engagement engaged community, not only does it help, you know, keep us on track as a school district and the admin and the teachers, but it shows that they care. And I think that's one of the most important things. And those I say would be the three pillars or great things that I see in our school district.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions on that?
I have one. I like that you hit on the engaged community and how you said, for good or for bad, like there's things that people feel like are successes and things they're frustrated with. So how would you build confidence with the community for good, you know, where for those who are pleased and those who are frustrated?
I think that's a great question, and I think the most important thing is to listen. Be able to listen. In my career as a prosecutor, whenever I had a case, I would give the defense attorney my personal cell number. Because I think being there and being able to listen, it bridges that gap. Now, you come together, you might agree, or it gives a way for people to understand, you know, where the differences are and where there's a possibility for negotiation. I really think that not just listening, but being compassionate. Obviously, there's people that are going to say things. I've been an attorney. There's a whole line of jokes written about us, but
Tell us it, though. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
But I like it all comes back to respect. You know, if you can show that you're doing the best you can, and listening and doing your part, I think that goes a long way to bridge that gap.
Thank you.
How do you think the board should regularly assess the performance and effectiveness of the district's leadership team to ensure that our strategic goals and priorities are being met?
So I think the key there is goals. You need to have established standards and benchmarks, because that's how you measure kind of where you're going and kind of where there needs to be correction. As part of, you know, my professional responsibility, I've sat in on numerous, you know, evaluations and other reviews, and ultimately it's looking back to what those benchmarks are and are we hitting those. And I think part of that needs to be, they need to be realistic. Realistic, everyday, tangible goals that you can not just check off, but that are meaningful, that don't just impact, you know, what that individual is doing, but the whole district. You know, part of those goals, they need to be well-rounded too. You know, whether we're doing good in this area, bad in this area, well, that's great, we're doing good, but are we focusing too much here and leaving some of this out and looking at those goals and making sure that they're well-balanced and effective?
Great, thank you. Anything else? Are you interested in seeking re-election, and if you are, what does that look like for you?
Yes, I would be. In fact, 2 years ago, I was planning on running for the seat. Before I ran, I actually called up Tyler and had a great conversation with him. He told me he had some things that he really wanted to finish. I agreed with what his goals were, and I said, you know what, I'm going to sit out for now, but now that he's stepped away, I feel like this is a great opportunity for me. What that looks like for me is getting to know and continuing to get to know those around me in our district. I feel like I know a large portion of the people in my district. I'm a pretty outgoing person. I like to be, you know, I like to interact with people, and I think that's the key, is to really, you know, talk to people, not get in an echo chamber, but also be able to communicate openly with all the people in my district.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything on that?
Okay, do you have any questions for the board or anything else to add?
Yeah, I guess one of my questions would be with regards to other type of boards or committees that members of the school work on. What are those, and I guess how many of those are there, and what time commitments those have?
Okay, do you want to speak to that? Giving up. We do. We have with our new board. going to the city, going to council, going to the WP meetings. What else did I have? Policy. The board member that sits on caps.
And tech board.
Various that we assignment.
Okay.
And the board leads assignments.
The time commitment.
Time commitment, I think time commit for this.
For the, no, I feel like I understand that.
Okay, or 1 month, really. Depends on, like, the WPN meetings usually just go 1 hour.
A lot of them sit on the board
Yeah, we're
And
just,
and be what we're doing, they may have questions for us. But we don't actually sit on the board. So
Okay.
we just go, we're a part of the meetings.
Okay, that's
To
great.
inform them about what we're doing.
That's great.
sometimes we may, once in a blue moon, get invited to be on a committee. And then we report back. Section of our meeting, we'll report back that we've
Yeah.
attended, or the more, I feel like to be, when we're invited and being out in the community and just talking to people, I think it helps with connection and communication.
Yeah, and I think that's perfect. I think that connection and communication is very important, especially with, as I've worked with the county, it's important to have communication between those. I mean, those are your biggest taxing entities in the county. You know, ultimately, and those goals are that helps.
It's a time commitment, you didn't realize it that way, but you know what? It's managed, you know, other, it seems like it's more than your.
Yeah.
I feel like our 2 new board members came in with, dealing with a lot of, like, putting in a lot of hours.
Yeah.
Our 2 members have been drinking from a fire hose, I feel like.
And I understand that as someone who, most of the planning commission meetings in Lehigh City, it's been short meetings, it's been about midnight, so.
And just to speak to that, because I knew, okay, board, there's a lot of time on phone calls with, you know, that listening you talked about, the open communication, people calling to express a concern. And then I reached out to the schools and said, you know, I have a natural connection to my school, but I want all this. So thankfully, the principals responded, and I got invited to Midway night, see the, you know, Willy Wonka factory at Literature. I went to his assembly and got to see the kids, and the amazing part is watching the kids and watching everything in action, and I mean, seeing, that's the rewarding part, is seeing kids learning and growing and succeeding.
Yeah.
That is the rewarding part. We have a lot of celebration of the teachers and students, and we have graduation, and we go to all those events, and that is really when this job pays off.
By the way,
I am available for that.
the acronym she used, it took me a couple of years to figure out what you were talking about, because it's a different language in the district.
Well, like I said, my sister's a vice principal down in Provo School District, and my parents were teachers, my in-laws were teachers. You know, it was funny, my dad told me when I was graduating high school, I'm going to tell you, see, 2 things. 1, 2, because we had a large family, and it was difficult. He said, but 2, love what you do, and that trumps number 1. And I have taken this to heart. Even though, as a professional, I'm not a teacher, I try to can and be an example to those around me. And I think, you know, whether it's in the courtroom, or whether it's, you know, help, is that, you know, being an example and, you know, being compassionate and really listening to others is key.
Is there anything else you would like to add? Okay.
So when you mentioned the taxpayer discussions during Brianne's question earlier, you said you worked on things and had these conversations and discussions.
Yeah.
What did you find worked?
That's a great question, because as a member of this community, I see a lot of things that the school district puts out, especially with regards to budgets, with regards to changes and those types of things. And then it always shocks me sometimes when people come out and say, whoa, 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 this is out of the blue. And I think the biggest thing is, and that's the hurdle, is getting that engagement. How can we do that? And I think the key to getting that engagement is being proactive and having those relationships. Know who the stakeholders are and really focus on getting the message and other things out throughout them. Putting something on Facebook is great, but talking to someone who everybody reads their posts might be better. And I think that engagement and having those personal relationships with stakeholders is the key.
And then the second question you mentioned as part of some of your prosecution duties that you did in the past, you prosecuted juvenile cases. So with my work that I've done in the past, I've worked with police departments, school districts, and more. And oftentimes that creates a very strong rift between a district and the individuals, you know, depending upon what's going on. And so I'm curious, how does that inform your view of what's happening? You know, because kids are kids, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they make mistakes, but how does that inform?
So for me, I think the biggest thing is I understand kids are kids. I understand people make mistakes, and I've seen how it's hurt people. I've also seen the redemptive side of things. I've seen people who have come back. I had a great opportunity when I was prosecuting here that I got to deal with Adam Hagen. You want to talk to about a guy that understands kids. And, you know, he really gave, you know, kids the opportunity to succeed even though they were in a bad situation. And, you know, I kind of take that as my role as a prosecutor when I'm prosecuting a case is, sure, I can prosecute a case and send a person to jail, but what are they going to learn? They're just going to be back doing it again. So what programs, what other things can we do to help rehabilitate and make them success for different people is some people it might be graduating high school, might be showing up to class every once in a while. But I think the biggest thing is to, again, have those relationships. And that's one thing I noticed with Adam is he had, you know, you wouldn't think these were the delinquent kids because he had a great relationship with them. And he cared about them. And I think that's the biggest thing that I try to do, regardless of whether they're kids, adults, my own kids, is to understand that, you know, we're all here learning. And that's one of the greatest things about the school atmosphere is it's an opportunity for kids. It's okay to mess up sometimes. When I say mess up, I don't mean ruin your life, but, you know, you're going to fail a test. You're going to lose a robotics competition. You're going to have a bad game in basketball, but how do you rebound? Because that's the life skill we're trying to teach, is life doesn't always go the way you want it, but you can overcome that. And I think that's the key. And so I actually have a very positive opinion of law enforcement. And again, how lucky are we in our district that we have officers in every school? And it's funny because I see the officers in the school and I work with a lot of them and I go, man, that guy's the best person for that school. You know, I look at Ray Beza, who's the sergeant over that group. I mean, he's my neighbor as well, but I mean, it's awesome that my kids aren't scared of law enforcement. I mean, my daughter, June, loves, you know, Jeff Jones. It's great that they're building that relationship, and I think that's one of the greatest things that our district has done.
Thank you.
All right?
Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Nice to
much.
meet
And then you guys will be making a decision tonight?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Yep.
much.
During the actual board meeting.
Yes, perfect.
Thanks.
Okay, we are ready.
Hey Ryan, we're ready. Good luck. We'll have you sit right here. We'll have you sit right there.
All right.
Thank you.
Hot seat.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well.
Welcome.
Did they prep you to speak loud?
No, is that important? Because I can speak loud. if
Good, yeah,
need be.
everybody wants to hear, the whole
Right.
public.
Well, bump it up a notch.
Welcome. I
Very
should
good.
have been introducing ours. Should I?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I should have been doing that this whole time. I'm Kim Dickerson.
Brad Ellert.
Corey Holmes.
And Brianne Dietrichson. Nice to meet you.
Ryan Nord, nice to meet you.
Well, thank you for being here and for your interest in being on the school board. So we'll just go ahead and start off with a question, or just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I didn't take that opportunity in my letter, so let me, born and raised in Chicago, came out to Utah to attend college, stayed in Utah a little after college, got my career started with Fidelity Investments, moved back to Illinois with Fidelity Investments, client-facing role, behind net worth clients. About 15 years ago, broke away from Fidelity Investments with a few individuals. We set up our own investment advisory firm. And I've been doing that ever since. So I live here, and my clients are in Chicago. And I go back about once a month. But finance is very compatible with Zoom, WebEx, and phone calls. My wife, after 17 years in Illinois, was like, I'm ready to move home. My wife's from Utah. And after some time, I agreed to that move, seeing the feasibility of it. And there was really only one place that I was willing to live, and that was in Wasatch County, in Heber Valley. You know, my wife wanted, she had friends in Mapleton, and I just said, you know what, honey, Wasatch County just really calls to me, you know. I work investments, we're surrounded by mountains, you can't build any more land, so I viewed that as a very compelling selling point, here, living here. And we've been here 8 years this June. You know, ultimately, you know, there's a season for everything. You know, I've got 2 through high school. I have 1 in high school now, 1 in an 8th grader. So some of the time demands have subsided. And as I did mention in my letter, I recently was afforded the opportunity to be on a committee at the high school, and I really enjoyed it. And when someone brought to my attention that you know, there was a board seat open, again, I thought that this was a good season for me where I could make the investment and the commitment to that specific role. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions?
What committee did you sit on at the high school?
For the football coach. So
Okay.
optimistic about that.
What's that?
Hopefully, I am optimistic. I think Derek will do a nice job. I'm sorry to see Jordan left, but next man up, as they say.
So, second question, what skills, talents, and experiences will you contribute to the board?
My impression is, in serving on the school board, there is a lot of work done in the category of collaborating, because ultimately you need to get information to help make informed decisions. And I've sat on investment committees collaborating and finding workable solutions that
check as many of the boxes as you can for everybody involved is always important. Also, ultimately rooting out, what are, the hesitancies with said decision. I think is critical. Building relationships of trust with those that we work with. Patience, empathy, and understanding. Respond along these lines. Listen, I haven't walked a mile in a lot of people's shoes, so it's pretty important to understand a bigger picture. I mean, I think a lot of times we see things just through a narrow lens, and to really make the best decisions, I think you have to take a step back and go a little bit wider angle to really understand, those people, whether those be students, teachers, administrators, or just the community. Those are all voices that need to be heard. So I think my strongest skills, as I mentioned, is just working in a collaborative type of environment, but also demonstrating the skills that are important to, complete the collaboration and arrive at decisions that are ultimately universally agreed upon. Obviously, working in finance, I have a strong background with, financial statements and the like, but ultimately, I think the whole collaborative kind of working model is probably what I would describe as a strength. Because as I said, it hasn't been this season. I haven't been, on a PTA and things of that sort. Go to the PCCRs, you go to, whatever the students or the kids in this case, need, and you get involved, throw your 2 cents in, and help ultimately guide kids through their educational journey.
So, just a follow-up question, when you talk about collaboration, not everybody agrees, right? And so how do you handle conflict resolution and those different perspectives that naturally happen on a board?
Well, I think I think it all begins with an understanding of the person and where their apprehension, hesitancy lies, or their priorities. And like I said, you check as many boxes as you can, but I think it's somewhat unrealistic that every box gets checked. And that's where there has to be some compromises. And ultimately, how should I say this? A meeting of the mind, so to speak, is the song of an attorney. It's not easy. I mean, obviously. A number of you are new, and a number of you have walked a few years, so. But I think as you take steps back, wider perspective, more understanding, some of those wrinkles can be ironed out.
Awesome, thank you.
What do you see as the current Wasatch School District?
This was easy for me. I think the educational opportunities, it just blows my mind. You have those individuals that are fast track, want to go to college, get an MBA, get a JD, whatever. But then you have the other students that are like, rural roots. I'm like, I want to farm, So there's something for everyone. You've got the pathway programs. It's just impressive. The CAPS program. I had preparation, and I didn't prepare because I didn't want to be, kind of insincere about things, because I know a lot. But I watched the, and I was really interested. Was it LEA? I thought that was a really interesting thing.
LIA?
Oh yeah, LIA, about And I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, there's so many people in this valley that have just crazy experience. You could just have be an incredible opportunity for the kids. So the learning opportunities are probably one of the biggest strengths that I've seen personally as a parent. I think the opportunity that the teachers give the kids in terms of wanting to make sure that, and see those kids have successes in their academic journey is a really, I think it's a wonderful attribute to the school district, and that, teachers making time to come back, to retake homework assignments. So I think, the opportunity that the students have to succeed is probably, I think, one of the biggest strengths. I think the focus on education, which is very important. The way I was raised, it was, after this, there's 4 more, and you're like, oh, I get it. But it's not for, times change. And, I think there's some blue-collar jobs that pay quite nicely. So I'm not so rigid as to be like, oh, we need to have a 99%, graduation rate. We need to see 95% go on to a 4-year college. That's unrealistic. And I think Wasatch does a really good job of offering those opportunities. So if a kid's not looking to head to Wall Street, but wants to, work on HVACs or electrical or what have you, those opportunities are there. And I think that's just second to none. Haven't seen it anywhere else.
The MTech school that they'll build right by the high school is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
go with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, was it federal or it's state? But there was rumblings of like, hey, we need to start moving the needle on filling these roles, specifically more of the blue collar type. And I can't remember if it just came out within the last couple of days where they're like, yeah, we need to put this de-emphasis on 4-year schools, which are obviously quite expensive, and offer our kids other opportunities. And I think that's wonderful. So that was without a question.
I agree with you.
And then the geographic too. It might be hard to imagine, but given all the building, that this ever becomes a 2-district valley, but it's kind of, we're all in this together, and I think that's quite nice. Quite nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you think the board should regularly assess the performance and effectiveness of the district's leadership team to ensure that the strategic goals and priorities are being met?
Well, this one I did cheat on a little bit. I was just getting on the internet, just to kind of, and ultimately what I found was probably articulated a little bit better than I would have, but I look at it as just this continual cycle where you ultimately, define the goals, collaborate to work on the goals, keep that communication just constant. Get the buy-in from the teachers, the kids. I know the district, with some regularity, looks for parental feedback. I mean, I've gotten surveys. It's hard because if you don't have a relationship, you're really going on what your kids tell you. It's like, is there a better way? And I don't know the answer to that. I get these feedbacks and I'm like, I can't answer these questions. Like, maybe I'm a bad, of the sample. But, ultimately, check-ins are essential. But then just going back to what the goals and objectives are. you just gotta hammer it. And if the goals and objectives change, that's okay. I mean, this is a learning process for everyone involved. I mean, there's not a carbon copy of what's the right, management of a school district. I mean, there's not. And I think as long as no one's, wed to any of these ideas, you can make those little adjustments. And, a minor adjustment can go a long way in terms of getting you to where your goals and objectives are. So, again, not to kind of beat a dead horse, but the school board has a role, and it's really dependent on, the district leaders, the data that's afforded to understand what the situations are. And I have to think that the most important element of kind of getting to that goal is just the communication. Hey, what's working? I was reading on the website and I thought it was quite interesting, the whole PLC.
Professional learning.
Yeah,
Took me a while to get
stock sim.
Don't worry, there's only 700 more active.
Yeah, no. But it's just these things where it's like, that in and of itself, I think defines the whole process of just, where the success is being had, where are we striking out, and, trying to work and continue to help develop the teachers. I mean, listen, the teachers have, their development days, so it seems like there's enough bandwidth where, some of these best practices could be shared, and they are, I guess, we got the title, we're there, but just to improve upon it, and just build out, find all the things that we're really strong at, and then you find that where is it we're weak, and then you start tackling those different ideas.
You brought up PLCs, and I agree that's a good thing to bring up, because in our district we have great leaders, PLC leaders, and they've done a great job of bringing that professional learning community method to the top.
Yeah, it's kind of logical. It's like, really, this had to be a 21st century kind of, implemented idea. It's kind of like,
I feel like we have the PLC experts here. So
well, that's
a
good for the students, good for the teachers. So
thanks for bringing that up. Hey.
Can I ask one follow-up? So you mentioned, and this is going to call you out a little bit.
okay,
You mentioned that you've received these surveys, but because you don't know.
yeah.
So how do we as a district help parents know that information so that we can actually get that effective feedback?
It's not done so much at the high school level, but obviously parent-teacher open rooms, so to speak. My faint recollections from when I was in high school, there was opportunities to bring your parent to school, walk through a day, and they're having an opportunity to understand a little bit more, have a little, a teacher provide like a syllabus to the parents so that there's some understanding and the communication can be greater than otherwise on offer. So that would be one way.
Like back to school nights, you're saying, or?
It usually was a little further down, maybe the third or fourth inning, to use a baseball metaphor, just so people, kids could learn their teachers could learn their kids, and you would tend to see some tendencies at that point where a parent could be given some feedback. But then you question, well, should the kid be there? Because maybe it would be better if parent could talk with the teacher alone. But I think if it really got to that point, a parent would proactively be like, hey, I'd like to speak with you. But that would be one way. Yeah. I'm gonna go with that answer. Final answer.
Great. Anybody else on that? Are you interested in seeking re-election, and what would your campaigning look like?
That's a really good question. I think I wouldn't say definitively, like, hey, this is what I want to do. Perpetuity, I'd want to see how I worked with the board, how the board worked with me. If I felt that I was a positive influence. With respect to campaigning, it really boils down to your constituents. It really comes down to getting out, finding out what's really important. And fortunately, we live in a small community, so there's a good portion of our neighborhood that are employees. I don't think there's a shortage of perspectives, thoughts on the district, but I'm not on social media. Unless it's a requirement, I guess I can have it.
It's
Through
not
the
a
board.
requirement.
Listen, there's lots of good things that can come out of social media, but there's a lot to life, and I don't want to get bogged down. But irregardless, I think it would just be, you blanket your neighbor, your district, and hopefully there's enough wins where there's some recognition. I mean, because, like I said, the one thing that I don't per se have going for me is like, who's Ryan Nord? He's not like one of those lifers in the valley. That doesn't exist, and I saw this as an opportunity to sit before 4 individuals and just kind of introduce you to Ryan Nord, and if enough boxes are checked, then say, oh, all right, this might work. But if I were to, pursue a second term or a third term, it would just be, again, the communication with those, finding out what's important to them.
Thank you.
Well, we're not done, but thank you for being willing to come
Oh,
and expose yourself to 4 people and
no.
anyone else that's listening.
And everyone on YouTube.
Yeah, really.
Forever.
That's
Forever.
No, that's fine. I'm sure there's more embarrassing videos in my life.
Are they on YouTube? Should we? I'm
No,
just kidding.
that's my
Don't
son.
answer. Don't answer.
Actually, he's on TikTok. No, I'm teasing.
One last question. Do you have any questions for the board or anything that you would like to add?
I think the biggest thing, and I did this to those questions that I thought in terms of, what are some of the pressing issues? And that's just the growth in the valley. Having the second high school, that helps. I was really surprised when, you see communication from the school, like, if your kids are not in class, we need them gone. I'm like, ugh. But I understand, there's a numbers game, but just, we work so hard to get our kids to school. We want them to stay at school. And, you play the hand you're dealt. You got a school. It's crowded. And I think the second school will help tremendously, but that doesn't stop the migration into this slice of heaven. So the board does have, and I don't know what work the board has done on that in terms of addressing, those challenges. There's 7 or 8 schools in the county. So, yeah, it's just, you got to keep your eye on the, you got to keep your eye. I think it's important that we keep our eye on that. it's clearly shown, student-teacher ratios say a lot about the educational experience that a student will have. So hopefully that's a priority for the board, which clearly it is, given the construction taking place.
I have a follow-up question. With your financial background, because I think that's important to the taxpayers, to the community, as fiscal responsibility. It's important to all of us, right? So how do you see your education experience, your financial background? Do you see that as a strength? How would that influence you as a board member and your actions?
Well, taxes is always that, word that you hate to hear. And this might drive people crazy, but being my authentic self, I look at taxes as an investment. As long as it's not wasted, it's an investment. And I'm comfortable making investments as long as, there's fruit to be bared down the road. Again, I think it really comes down to, looking at the whole situation. The cost component with the various solutions that are available to us. And sometimes you need that really expensive jacket, and sometimes you can get away with something not as expensive. So again, I come back to communicating with people and articulating why ideas are for the benefit. Strong schools drive home values, and that's a whole different topic. Touched on that. If someone gave a great answer, I'd love to hear it. Because it's hard. You don't want to exclude people, but the economics is a variable that has to be contended with. So, with respect to the financial background, I think it's just a deeper understanding of what the potential return on investment is.
Knowing that you're a finance guy and you use the word investment, what's your tolerance for risk then with that investment?
Well, that really that's a great question, because I have these conversations, and I think understanding people, which I firmly believe is a strength, helps me develop a portfolio for each individual. You could have someone say, I want an income portfolio, and those portfolios could look vastly different. One could be quite aggressive, buy high yield bonds, convertible, or you could buy treasuries and CDs. And I think ultimately understanding what the will of the people are, and that's hard because there's not uniformity there. Sitting with a client, I know 100% what's
one-on-one.
Exactly. And this is a bigger, and that's where ultimately I think, that collaboration in the context of the board, the superintendent, the teachers. The bond for the new building, it got voted down, didn't it? So you guys had to pivot. As long as there's something to pivot to. Like I said, it comes down to what's the return on investment. And if money's not wasted, then it's invested well. And I can live with that. I would like to think that it's not the goal to, manage the district's budget like on a shoestring type budget. It's like, listen, we are blessed that many of us in this valley are fortunate and can afford these taxes, but you know, it's important to be mindful of everybody involved and find out, you know, why. What's the bigger picture? And that's hard because we're talking about this in the context of a community as opposed to an individual person. And that's why you got to have, I believe, all hands on deck. You got to hear from everybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you, Mr.
Yes.
North.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for being in the hot seat.
It wasn't too hot.
May I take a restroom
Yes,
break before we?
I was actually thinking the same thing.
I had a quick, so we didn't ask any follow-ups of Nicole Walker. And I had one follow-up. Is there the potential to ask Nicole? There is, maybe when we get back, we can,
Let's do that.
if that's all right.
Jason,
Okay.
Jason.
I'm gonna leave right now.
Okay.
Sorry, I saw you still sitting there.
Referencing
He made a
about
comment and then,
Kids out if they're not in class?
Yeah.
I assume what he's talking about is, the council's been telling people to have parents release or release
that's right.
time.
Oh, not on campus, we have release time, okay.
and I think we're all.
follow-up question for Nicole Lofgren. She was our first candidate. We were just getting going. We did end early, I think with you, didn't get the full 30 minutes, so.
So my follow-up for you
Yes.
is you mentioned that you, with the school that you're at, it's Title I.
Yes.
And we've heard a lot of people since and when you mentioned it, I wrote it down on my paper and then I didn't ask it, unfortunately.
That's
You were
okay.
the first.
That's okay,
So-
we weren't warmed up yet.
So given the Title I people that you've worked with and things like that, how does that affect the discussion and the view of property taxes in particular? Because that seems to be a population that would be impacted a lot by property taxes. So curious about that insight and what you've learned from that.
A lot of them rent, and the amount of rent it has doubled and tripled in the last 10, 15 years that we've lived here. And so I found that a lot of my neighbors have multiple families living within one home to help mitigate that cost. And so while they may not directly pay the property tax because they're renters, it is certainly impacting their finances because they're paying such high rent prices. And it's a huge concern for them to be able, we've got the dual families working, whether they have someplace for their kids to go early in the morning. We have the Boys and Girls Club, but not everybody can participate in that. And then there are preschool kids that can go for half a day if they're one of the lucky kids in the lottery. So, what about our kids that can't make it into the lottery? So that's something that I'd really like to look at, and I mentioned this in my answers, to opening up more preschool spots, preschool locations if we're able to, so that we can meet this need, so that families can remain in our boundaries. Because there's a diversity to these families and it's not just, one demographic that is facing this impact. It is all races and colors and everything. And there's a different way to look at life when you don't have the same financial stability that everyone else has. And I think for a lot of people, that, myself included, have those financial securities, we often take them for granted. And that's why one of the reasons why I appreciate the school that my children are in, because people have asked me, well, why do you stay at Heber Valley? Because it's a dang good school, and I love it, and I love my kids knowing that not everybody's a doctor's kid. Not everybody has these opportunities and these privileges that you may have, and so we need to be able to open them up to other children. And so I've run away from the question of the property taxes, but I would like to keep the population here. I would like to keep those demographics here, so that it's not everything's black and white. And so I think the more we get to know other people that are different from us, the more our minds are open and our views expand.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So can I
Yes.
apologize one
Look at you open the banana.
So, when I was campaigning, I went and met with each school, and J.R. Smith talked about their diverse populations and how many students they have coming from other countries that this is their first exposure to English. So, you've spoken to this some, but tell me what is the board's role? Because it seems like you're passionate about serving, populations
Yes.
in need. What is the board's role in meeting those needs and serving those populations?
I'd like part of it, like with the bus routes, to make sure that we can get our kids to school. I know that we have kids that are struggling to get there, that live within the mile boundary because both parents leave early. So mitigating that cost, rerouting different things, opening up, just small benefits that can really improve a family's ability to take care of their children, so that the kids aren't left to walk to school in the blizzard, the 2 feet of snow. This winter's been really mild, but that one day that was weird. And so being able to make sure that you're knowing that your kids are safe and that they are getting to school on time is a huge weight off of a lot of parents' shoulders. Making sure that they have the resources that they need if they have a special needs child, or a child with special needs rather. That we have the educated staff that can meet the, they have the tools to work with those kids. And I'd like to make sure that we have that we're hiring individuals that can meet those needs, as well as providing opportunities for places for them to go. And I know it's not the state's responsibility to parent children. I understand that. I think it's, but we all help each other. So I think that if there's some way that we can help our families that are struggling a little bit more, I say we should help them.
And so where cost can sometimes limit how
Yes.
much we can help, I know you spoke to liking budgets, how would you balance cost and
opportunity.
allowing, more opportunities?
That's a good question. I'm not exactly sure where, because I haven't looked at the budget myself to know where can we give and what can we spend more on, spend less on. A lot of people really like football. It brings in a lot of money, and I don't know how much money goes to football. And but within our sports are huge. But if it's something that, I don't know. I'm not saying that I'm going to cut sports budgets, but if you're looking at them, everything should be equal at the beginning, right? Like everything you look at, and you're like, okay, well, let's look at everything here. And before we rate things with higher needs or higher priority, let's just put it all on the same table and look at it and objectively say, like, okay, well, what exactly is helping our kids? What are we needing to do? What are the goals that we really want to meet? And let's meet those goals. If we have to forgo something else over here because this isn't meeting our number one goal, then that is something that we need to look at. It may not always be the happiest choice to cut something. I really like arts. I don't want to cut arts. I like sports too, but I don't know. I'm
No, you're right. It goes back to goals and the strategic plan. I think, hey, that's a great
Thank you.
answer.
Thanks for coming back up here.
Thanks, Nicole.
Okay, Mr. Dahl. Welcome.
Dan's fine, by the way.
Welcome back to Wasatch.
Thank you.
Didn't we do introductions? Or do we know?
Let's do introductions.
Brad Ellert.
Jim Dickerson.
Corey Holmes.
Brianne Dietrichson.
Nice to be here, thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Okay, well, welcome. Thank you for your interest in being on the school board. To start off by having you tell us a little bit about yourself.
So this might not go the direction any of us are anticipating. Before we jump too far into this, I want to share something with you. And I'm usually really good at talking off of the cuff. I'm going to blow this one up if I try that, so I'm going to read, if that's okay. Forgive me just a minute, okay? The past 2 weeks have been interesting for me, to say the least. I've had many people reach out to me about my intention to apply for the open position on the school board. The majority of that feedback has been very positive. As I expected, I heard some fringe comments about the board, the school district, and myself that initially were easy to write off and ignore. Those comments generally insinuated that because of my past close association with Wasatch County School District, that some insurmountable conflict of interest exists, or that I must have somehow been handpicked by the board or district leadership to apply for the open seat. As we moved closer to tonight's board meeting, those comments became harder for me to ignore. As recently as the past 2 days, I have heard from people who have comments and honest questions about my application. It has become impossible for me to continue to ignore these questions and speculation. Let me be clear. At no time was I ever approached by anyone on the board or in the school district about applying for this board vacancy. The decision to apply was made completely and independently by me. The accusations that I have heard and the suspicions that have been mentioned are completely without merit and false. I also understand that perceptions and optics matter, and quite frankly, that people's perceptions are their reality. At this point, I believe that if I were appointed to the open position on the board, it would likely bring unwanted, unwarranted, and unintended scrutiny and criticism to the board, to district leadership, and to me personally. Because the last thing I want is to be a distraction from the important work our board and district are engaged in. I feel that it is in the best interest of the board and Wasatch County School District for me to rescind my application for appointment to the board. Perhaps at a future election cycle you will see my name again, but because of the unique circumstances surrounding the appointment of a community member to the board, I feel this decision is best for me, the district, and the board. I apologize to the many people who kindly and generously offered me their support over the past 2 weeks. I apologize to the board for taking your valuable time. I also apologize for my very poor timing here, but I didn't reach this decision until late this afternoon. Actually, on my ride home from work from South Summit School District at like 3:30. Thank you.
Does anybody have?
I do.
Yeah.
I guess I want to say, are you sure? But yes, you are sure. But one, I love the Wasatch Pride. Thank you for wearing the black and gold. Number two, thank you for having the courage to apply for this position, because you're right. It takes a lot of courage, and a lot of people freely share their opinions. I do want to emphasize how many people, and I want the public to know, we have read every email, every text. We have had long conversations in the grocery store, so we appreciate the community feedback. And I have had so many community members reach out in support of you and in recommendation of you. So the negative comments, I know they hurt, but I want you to know there's a lot of good and a lot of people who thought you would do excellent as well. And you did come highly recommended.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would echo that too. And I feel bad that you allowed the negative out there to get you, but I could see that happening to me. I hate confrontation, I hate stuff like that, so I kind of get where you're coming from, but I'm sorry it got to you.
And I don't know that it was so much me that I was worried about. I have a lot of respect for this district. I've worked in several districts, and I believe that what happens in our schools in this district is top notch. And I felt like if I were appointed, that I had heard from not tons of people, but enough people that there was a concern that there may be that conflict of interest, right? I am closely tied to this district, and the insinuation that somebody put me up to this, right? And I don't want to bring that negativity to this district, to this board. And under an appointed type situation, I see how that could happen. Like I said, I may be back, but it'll be in an election cycle instead of being appointed.
Well, I hope you are.
And so, thank you. What you guys have said means
Well,
a
I
lot.
want you to know as well that I had a lot of people reach out to me and recommending you as well. So a lot of people do have good things to say. You were a counselor to 2 of my children, and you were wonderful, and a great asset to Wasatch at the time that you were here. And for the record, there wasn't a conflict of interest by policy.
I agree.
So I am sorry that you experienced the negativity out there. I completely understand. I
I'm
think-
sure you do.
Yeah, some of us have been through it, and I'm right there. And I just appreciate your courage to even get to this point, and your courage to do what you just did, in for the benefit of our students. So
It wasn't easy for me.
I can tell. So thank you.
But you made it through it. And you
I made
did
it through it.
And you exhibited a lot of courage. So,
And-
to what everyone else has said, I mean, I would strongly consider throwing your hat in next election cycle.
Do you? Yeah. I think you put your name in a year.
Yep.
The
Yep,
January before.
January
One or
26.
two or something like that. 6.
Yeah, January 2026.
And you may see me then. I will leave with one more comment. I personally know some of the people who are applying, and the board's going to be in good hands. If I felt differently, I may not have said what I said tonight. I'm not worried. You've got good choices, and you know that.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Yep.
Thank you.
And thanks for doing what's best for the, like what you felt was best for the district. That's what it's about, is doing what's best for the kids.
That really is, in the end, what I felt was the best choice for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You ready?
Just give me a minute.
A minute?
Just a minute. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we are ready.
We're ready.
I just dropped my lid. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you getting my lid.
Mr. Colette, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you for coming. We'll start with introductions.
Brad Ellert. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just mixing it up.
We've been going this
Yeah,
way.
I
And then I saw the
I
hand
tend to
point
mix
the other
them.
direction. I was like, dang it.
I'm not Brad Ellert.
I'm Kim Dickerson.
Corey Holmes.
Brianna Hendrickson.
Okay, well, thank you for having the courage to throw your hat, or your name in the hat, and wanting to be a part of our school board.
You bet.
Right. Let's just start with, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I grew up in a similar town, about the same size in Colorado, and then moved to Utah for college. Stayed and met my wife there, and her roots are here, actually, in Heber and Midway, and always wanted to get back here as a home, and with the job and COVID, bittersweet, allows for more remote work and stuff, and so we've been able to make it home here for the last few years. My degree is in recreational management and organizational communication, and don't really use either one of those like normal. Most of my time is spent with businesses, improving the communication with and aligning it with the goals that they have, and I've been fortunate enough to get to make a living doing that the past few years.
Explain that a little bit.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we go really broad because it changes so much. It's really based on what the outcome of the group, the board, the person in charge is wanting to accomplish, and then how effective they've been at being able to implement that or drive towards that. So it's so personal that it really depends on what they're trying to accomplish, and then the things they have tried and the things they haven't. And my job is to come in and make sure that all of the problems, the issues, the goals are on the table and addressed, so they can be clearly and effectively managed and worked through. I'm a glorified problem solver, and I love that. I love that I get to do that for a living. So it really depends. Again, it just depends on if you're in healthcare, if you're in construction, if you're in whatever, what the economic scene, the growth is, will be what determines your problems and how effectively or not you're able to communicate and solve those problems.
Do you work for a company, or are you?
On my own, yeah, self-employed.
Do you travel a lot?
Not anymore, which is one of the reasons why this is a great opportunity, great time. Throw my name in the hat. So I don't travel too much anymore at all, thankfully.
So I'd like to ask a follow-up question on that, because I think communication to an entire community is difficult, right? To get the word out. So how would you improve communication? How would you use that skill set to benefit the district?
I think the best way to put it is I'm really passionate about it. I really encourage it. I don't put a lot of emotion into the communication. I want it to be raw on their end, and then I don't want to influence it. I want them to feel safe. And one of my favorite definitions of whether or not you're a good listener is if the other person feels heard. So I like to try to create an environment where that can be heard, and then a lot of times you're able to the real root of the problem. And in a community setting, that's hard, but always constantly throwing that line out there to please come talk. You're safe to come talk. We're not going to make any life-altering decisions because of one conversation we had with one person. That no, we are heard, and then that will spread to their neighbors, and then hopefully it'll generate a little bit healthier of an environment for communication to happen, both positive and usually it's the negative get the more of, but again, it's how you react to that I think will determine whether or not you get more or less of it.
Awesome, thank you. And we spoke to this a little bit, if you go a little more deep, what skills, talents, and experiences will you contribute to the board?
I hope that. That's what I love to do, and like I said, I get to make a living doing what I love, which is solving problems. And I can't think of a better place to do that. I'm just kind of waking up to that reality. Well, I have the time. I have 4 first ones in high school. The board here is very similar to other boards, and anything I can do to lend any of that past experience here, I think would be very beneficial both to my growth and to the board I'd be working with, and hopefully to the community that I'd be serving. So I like to solve problems. I want to solve problems, and I do that by communicating, strongly encouraging lines of communication. And another part that I think is really important is how you communicate that back. Whether or not you're able to defend the decisions that you've made, how you're able to communicate the decisions that you've made, how they are able to interpret the decisions that you've made, strongly influences whether or not there's more or less communication.
What does communication look like for you in this community with the community members?
What do you mean?
Well, explain how you would go about communicating with our community.
That made me think of a Wasatch mountain bike team. As when my daughter's on the team, I love what they're doing. They're growing like everything else and trying to understand how to scale. And the first thing I do is bring in food. I want you to come and it lowers some of the defenses, and it immediately starts to interact. So I know that's not exactly what that's what I do. I love to encourage as much of that type of come, let your guard down. Food's a good way to encourage that as well. But then I'm not going to venture away from that conversation. If you said something that I could tell you didn't get entirely out, you wanted to talk a little bit more, I'm probably going to seek you out. I'm going to want to know that you felt heard and that I'm doing what I can with the information that I got, and then hopefully doing a good job of returning and reporting with that information I got from you. So starts broad, focuses in on where I feel I could be the most effective, where the need might be, and then trying to solve it from there.
Just to follow up, you mentioned 4 kids. You said your first is in high school. Does that mean your oldest is in high school?
Sorry, my oldest is in high school. Then I have a middle schooler and an elementary school and a 4-year-old.
I've got some younger ones too, yeah.
They're spread out.
Yeah.
And it is fun like that, I think.
What grade is your high schooler in?
She's a sophomore. Yeah.
I'm grateful my children are older.
I'm getting there.
I'm there.
Diverse. That's the diversity you're
That's
saying
awesome.
right there, right?
Yeah.
All different perspectives, yeah.
And it matters.
That's right.
What do you see as the greatest strength of Wasatch School District?
I will admit I kind of prepped for that question because it was one of the reasons why I wanted to throw my name in the hat. We lived here for a little while. Then we moved back to Sandy to help another friend start a business. But a year into that, COVID happened. And we school for, we might have made it a month, and the difference was 9 days. There was no comparison. After being here for a year and a half, 2 years, having our kids in school here, and then whatever version of school was there, we put the house up for sale, moved here. This is exactly where we knew we wanted to raise our kids. And it's obviously where my wife always wanted to be. It's where family roots are at, all those things. I love being in a small town. All those things are great. But then having the comparisons during such a challenging time was a pretty easy decision for us. And so thank you. Your guys' ability to adapt, your guys' ability to pivot, provide an environment, especially during a trying time like that convinced my family to uproot and move here, and then we haven't regretted it for a second. I'm actually overwhelmed by the amount of options that our kids have, education-wise, in this little town. So I greatly appreciate that, but it's literally why we've moved here, is to raise our kids here.
We won't name what district that is. We may know where Sandy's school,
Where it falls, and I do apologize for that, but not really.
So what are your wife's roots? How does she fit?
So her grandparents, well, her great grandma, and it goes back a couple generations. Ella's actually named after her great grandma, who's buried in Charleston. The Patch family, her grandpa built their house here 50 some years ago, and grandma is easily her idol, and so she wanted to be. So her mom's here, her stepdad's here, her grandparents are here. It's always been over the river into the woods with grandma's, and it's where she wanted to be, and thankfully it's where we felt best to raise our kids.
That's awesome.
As well. And like I said, even though I'm from Colorado, I grew up in a town with one high school, turning into another high school as I left, and I'm more comfortable in a little bit smaller of a town, so it worked out well.
See,
go ahead.
well, go ahead. Follow-up question or new question?
I was going to follow up just on.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm curious. You mentioned that when you were leaving, it was growing into a second high school. What impact did you see on the community?
A lot, and they ended up not building the second high. They thought they were going to have to do it. The economy dramatically impacted that part of Colorado. Milk was $5 a gallon, gas was $6 a gallon, and trying to solve problems when it didn't feel like there was solutions. I was a kid still, and just starting college, and so it wasn't like I was in it that much, but the high school was deteriorating. The high school had asbestos. The high school couldn't really be remodeled. What they were able to do was come to an agreement to build a new high school that was bigger but not have two. So it ended up working, and it's worked extremely well, thank goodness, because they did not rebound. They're barely starting to rebound. So it ended up being a really good, weird, tender mercy at that time.
Well, how do you see you talk about communication, your communication skills with two high schools in a community that has, existed with one for so many decades. How would you utilize your communication skills to bring the community together with two high schools? Because
I might take that.
potential to divide.
Absolutely. It doesn't really have an option to divide it because there's going to be two high schools. And so maybe not pretending that it can't, but then doing everything you can to foster those lines of communication. I know it's a little bit broader answer, but when I was working for Sandy City, I was over Alta Canyon as a recreation center, and it was a special tax district, and it divided the community into two different tax districts within one, so they're being taxed twice is pretty much what, and trying to, even though you don't use that rec center, you're still being taxed on that rec center, and being fairly young and having to go to those board meetings and being a part of how do we come together as a community really boiled down to whether or not, again, it doesn't solve all the problems, but it gave them a chance to be heard. And I was the type of person, I'm young, I don't really know what all the problems are, so please tell me, why are you frustrated? What are we trying to accomplish? There are two high schools. That part's already been decided. We need two high schools. However, that needs to be laid out, but it's done. So now, how do we try to foster as much open communication, allow people to be heard, then make the best decisions we can after everyone's been heard, because a lot of the emotion will burn off after they've been able to be heard. They work a little bit better as a team then. If it matters, I really hope it doesn't divide the community a ton. A little competition and things like that's inevitable, and that's healthy, but I really, really hope it doesn't change and just rip it apart into two totally different things. So I would be pretty passionate about trying to do everything I could to hold that together to some extent.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt. I'm good.
Okay. How do you think the board should regularly assess the performance and effectiveness of the district's leadership team to ensure that our strategic goals and priorities are being met?
I apologize if some of this is already being done, but I don't know how to succeed if the goal can't be measured. And if it is measurable, then it needs to be tracked. And so if we're here to represent a certain group of people and the people in our community, have we clearly defined what our goals are? And are those goals measurable? And then are we tracking those goals? Fully aware of, again, one of the compliments back to you guys is how are we adapting to things that change? The economy is going to change. We're going to end up with a couple schools, then something else might change. The people that we're helping aren't just impacted at school. Those teachers have to buy gas and food, and those kids have different home environments, and so we're supposed to represent the home environment, the people, and their school environment. Now, we can only really control one, but not being naive to the whole. And so how do our goals that we can accomplish, it's not healthy to be responsible for something that you don't have any authority over changing. So we'd have to have our goals aligned to what we have authority over changing, make that measurable, and then we can really grow our confidence based on how well we've anchored ourselves on that goal. So what's the district's goal? How are we doing? How is that being measured? And then when it starts to spin off, we can anchor back to, no, remember why we were here. This is why we were doing this, and this is the progress we're making for, or the areas we need to improve.
Just a small follow-up. You mentioned at the did you say Alta taxing district?
Yeah, the Alta Canyon.
Alta Canyon.
Sports Center, yeah.
So were you an employee of Sandy City?
So Sandy City was asked to absorb that sports center. It was its own special tax district before that. They asked the city to take it in, and being young and eager to move up, I threw my name in the hat for that role and was given it. Dang it, that was hard. And it was a transition of taking all of those employees that were of the tax district, folding them into government employees, and then having to recode their brains for how government operates, while still having to report to the tax board that's putting in about a third of the budget for that sports center. So I felt like a clown a lot doing a dance, trying to figure out how to make everybody happy. And the thing that I did that I think made the biggest impact was I put a giant comment box in the center of the building and made it very apparent, because I was just constantly putting out little fires, never the big ones. So I wanted to find out where all the problems were, and they threw their names in the comment box, and you would have thought I was murdering children by some of those comments, but it really got a lot of the openness out, and then we could have much more healthy conversations at the board meetings.
Do you think that's because people felt like they could anonymously do that? Is that?
Yeah, I think that so the ones that didn't do it anonymously, I called them. I made sure that I wanted them to know that I knew and that I cared. A lot of them were anonymous, and I can't do anything about that. But the other ones that I did, I would say I'd love to address that. If you wanted to come in and talk to me, great. And if you don't, come to the board meeting and have something to say. I didn't know how to solve those problems if they weren't in front of my face. So I tried to get it in front of my face. And then, again, once you realize you're committed to something, you're committed to two schools, you're committed to how do we work together now, moving forward, because this is what it is. The city absorbed it. This is what we're going to have to deal with. We have to report these taxes back to the public, etc. We can't do things a certain way anymore. So we have to work within what the law, what's legal, what are we actually capable of doing. And if you want to help and be a part of that, please do. If not, we're doing the best we can.
Okay, would you seek re-election? Are you interested in doing that? And if you did, what would your campaign look like?
I absolutely would. I would like to think that spending a couple years in the role would teach me a lot. And then I'd love an opportunity to be able to apply what I learned, and that would probably then determine my campaigns for how did I do. Let the public decide if I should come back after that. But I would hope I'd get the chance, because I'd probably learn a lot in those 2 years as well. And I'm in it for a long time. I hope there's a way to figure out a way for my kids to live here and not get too far away, and then my kids, grandkids are in the school district. But for right now, yeah, as long as I can be of service, I hope I get the chance.
Okay, do you have any questions for the board or anything you'd like to add?
Thanks for staying in the fight. Thanks for continuing. I wanted to be respectful of the fact that the last couple of years probably wasn't easy. Nobody expected COVID. Nobody expected the growth, etc. Appreciate you guys staying in the fight. And then if this seat's filled by somebody at some point, I'd love to know what you guys want out of the seat. How does this person best fulfill this role and support you guys from your perspective?
You want me to start?
Sure.
I can start. So having just recently been through the campaign process, I did what you talked about. I tried to listen. I tried to learn what was important to my constituents, and then I tried to run on those principles. And what I heard was high academic achievement, transparency, fiscal responsibility, communication. And so I know that's what's important to constituents, and so I would ask that you represent your constituents, you do what's best for kids. I mean, that's what I would hope for. And someone, I guess, that would support me in best representing and serving the community. Someone that we can have a conversation. I think diverse perspectives on a board are important, because then you all come to the best solution. So someone that we can have critical conversations and talk through hard things and make the hard decisions, but ultimately find the best solution for the stakeholders in this area.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I would echo everything Brianne said. Just knowing how to be out in the community and connect and communicate.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Agreed.
I love her answer.
Yeah, I know, you pretty much wrapped it up. Summed it up.
Hey, student.
Good job, good job. On that note, I think one of the things I have two kind of follow-up questions. The first is, on what Brianne mentioned during the campaign trail, I would tell you that what I heard a lot was a division in the community. A division that seems people on one side and people on the extreme on the other, and a lot of people in the middle, right? And so the ability to balance that, to bring that community together, for me is a top priority, is to help the community be heard and to help bring some of that back, togetherness, while at the same time, which we've already talked about, building another building. So how do you think we can do that? I know you've already addressed this some, but more specifically on the division that seems to be there. I mean, we heard from the person right before you who felt a lot of angst about potentially causing a rift with the community. How do we heal some of that? And my follow-up is not related to that at all.
Yeah, that's a great question. When you were first starting it, I don't know what those polarizing things were for you, but when I'm coming into an environment, I try to clear the noise as much as possible. And the only way I know how to do that is by facts. So where are these extremes coming from? And then what are they based on? Because if there isn't a fact there, then we can't fight that. It's an imaginary thing. If there's a fact there, then let's get to the fact and drive all of that attention back to the fact, and then at least we're fighting the same problem and not constantly being swung in different directions. So I would be leaning heavily on what are our processes, what's legal, what are the facts, what are the decisions we're trying to make, what are the goals we're trying to accomplish based on those facts, and then hone everything in back to that. fully aware that people are gonna come out here, and that's okay. They need to be heard, but then we're gonna pivot it all back to the facts and what we're trying to accomplish, and be able to defend why we're trying to accomplish that. And I'm not exactly sure how it applies, but I know that that's a big part, is how you communicate back to those people. And a lot of times the answer is, I don't know. But if you go and get the information and you have the facts and the processes and the what is, at least if you don't like the way things are, that's okay. But it doesn't mean we can't do them that way. They're there for a reason. Which if you don't like, that's okay. Now let's change it. And then we can do it that way. But it all needs to funnel back into what we're actually trying to accomplish and what the facts are stating. So I don't know if that totally answers your question, depends on what those extremes were, but I try really hard to get as much emotion out of the way and go back to some decisions.
Thank you. And then the second question I had was running your own business and things like that, and being a part of different organizations. Can you help us understand a little bit more of, do you have background with running your own books and things like that, or books of the companies, or anything like that? What have you done related to that?
Financially?
Yeah.
Yeah, me personally, but I'm pretty simple because I'm a person. But when I go in to help an organization, I can't help you if you can't show me the books. It's a non-negotiable for me. It's I can't move things and apply things and put pressure on things and scale things if I don't know what the foundation is built off of. And that is entirely going to be decided on the books, on the accounting. How solid is that? How well is that being managed? And if it's not, then that needs to be the first area that we focus on. Otherwise, whatever we build on top of it's going to fall apart anyway. So I'm not an accountant, but I know whether or not they're healthy, and we need to start there.
So how would you define fiscal responsibility and balance that with academic achievement, opportunity for kids?
That one's,
It's a loaded one, I know.
yeah, and so broad. Balancing fiscal responsibility, and say the last part,
And with educational opportunity and academic achievement.
so I know my position's a little bit different from this side, but again, I'm not trying to repeat myself, it goes back to the goals that we have. And if those goals aren't attainable financially, then we either need to come up with the money or we need to pivot the goal. But there's no point in fighting after things that aren't really going to be winnable. And so our definition of goals and education and outcome, those need to be set by those we're working for and working with, and we agree upon it, and we measure it, and then we decide how fiscally responsible we're being with accomplishing those goals. And then coming up with, it's okay if it was there for a while and it doesn't apply anymore. We're bigger, we're different, it's changed. Okay, then let's pivot to a new goal and allocate money appropriately, find ways to save money in other areas or whatever it is to align with those goals. But they have to be aligned. They can't be two separate things we're trying to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Yeah,
meet you
so
guys.
nice to meet you. Okay, our last interview. Mr. Balch.
I guess you're ready for me?
Yeah, we're ready.
All right.
You only got one of your Cokes now.
I know. I feel like I'm a Coke commercial.
We must be.
Do we be sponsored?
We must be.
We'll kick them.
Go to the BYU game and they have the
Where's the
Coke up on the container. Let's see if you can be on the.
That's right. I'll be on the big screen.
Okay, Charles Balch, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking your time to be interested in being on the school board. We appreciate it. Name in the hat. Yes, we'll start with introductions, and we're going to go the way we have been going. Mr. Eller.
Brad Ellert.
Nice
Tim Dickerson.
Corey Holmes.
Brianne Dietrichson.
Okay, well, let's just start off by having you tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. As you know, my name's Charles Balch. I have 4 children. I've got two daughters that are both graduated from Wasatch High School, and I've got 2 boys. So I kind of lucked out of having 2 older girls first, and I've got my 2 cabooses of boys. And so they're going through high school now. I've got one that's a senior getting ready to graduate, and I've got one that's a sophomore. And lived in the Valley for approximately 18 years. Moved here from Ogden, North Ogden area, where I went to Heber State, got my degree from Heber State. That's also where I met my wife. She parked her car in my parking spot, so I put a for sale sign in it, because I was in business, and I thought, if you park in my spot, I'll sell your car and I'll make some money. And so I put my phone number in it, and that was the best thing I ever did. So tried to sell her car and got a wife. She's from Wasatch, from Heber. She grew up here. It's funny, the things you learn as you go through processes, but we were driving here together, and she told me that she went to kindergarten here in this building. I was unaware of that. I knew she went to school here, but so yeah, apparently she's been here and attended kindergarten here. So, and
I did too.
Did you?
It's an Old North School, is that what it was?
So I'd always heard a story because her grandfather, I guess, was a principal, but I think it was in Walsburg. He was a principal in Walsburg, and he always talked about being a principal here and being in the district. So she's a Carlisle, so her roots kind of date back through the district. And so that she moved me back here 18, 19 years ago, and now no matter what, she would say she could leave if we wanted to, and I wouldn't leave. I'm sold, but I'm now why we stay. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you.
And where did you grow up?
So I grew up in Rich County. I grew up in a little town called Randolph. My father moved me there when I was 1, and so we were kind of the move-ins. It's a small community. When people ask for a interesting fact or something unknown, I always tease that I had a graduating class of 27, and everyone's like, there's not too many people that can beat that. I have found a few. I think there's a school teacher, Malcolm Rose. He beat me one day.
From Manila,
From
yeah.
Manila. So there are a few. But I grew up in Rich County. We lived there until I was about 23, 24, and then my parents moved away. So I don't have any ties there other than just good friends and lots of really good memories.
Okay, question number 2. What skills, talents, and experiences will you contribute to the board?
So I've been lucky enough, so I graduated in business finance, and during that time, I loved finance. I loved the direction it was going, and about the time I graduated, it was almost exactly the time I graduated. 2001 hit, and then 9/11 hit, and the towers came down. And so at the time, it was hard to find a job, and so my father was working in banking, and I was able to get a job in banking. And 26 years later, I'm still in banking. It was a industry that has blessed me and blessed my family, and through those 25 years in banking, I've had an opportunity to hold different roles in that, where I started off more as a commercial lender and dealt a lot with small businesses and helped them, seeing if they could grow and do loans and different items to them, and I was able to meet a lot of business owners in that aspect. Over time, I've moved more into a leadership role where I now cover approximately 19 branches in the Wasatch, Summit County, Utah County, and different markets. And so I've been able to, to work with those communities and those different areas of that. And so one of the skills that I think I bring is that as a banker and as somebody who's dealt in finance is, the fiscal responsibility, the understanding of budgets, the understanding of how the flow of money comes in and out. I've been able to see a lot of different industries. I've been able to deal with a lot of nonprofits and just the different types of accounting that's out there. And that's something that I've prided myself on is understanding and being an advisor to businesses and an advisor to be able to give sometimes good advice and sometimes really hard news to companies, on what's going well and also what things maybe need to change in order to get to the next level or to be able to continue to grow.
Tell us more about your leadership roles. What different things are you involved in with your leadership roles?
So currently my leadership roles, it kind of varies in a lot of ways. So my official title is actually called Region President. And so part of that is I chair and I'm part of what we call an REMC, which is a Regional Executive Management Committee. And so all the different departments in the bank that we have, whether it's commercial lending, corporate lending, and I'm probably using a lot of just generic terms, but private banking, there's a lot of different departments inside Zions Bank. Those all come together on that committee, and I chair that committee. And so the goal of that committee is to see if we're all working together and we're working as a team. Because again, Zions is a large organization, as is any organizations, and a lot of times we can begin to focus on individual goals or individual responsibilities, or start worrying about what our individual items are. And so the idea of that is, how do we make sure that we work together? How do we make sure that the private banking world, and what are they doing? Are they being serviced by the branch in the retail world, and vice versa? Are the retail people able to get the help from the private bankers or the commercial lenders that we need? And so I chair that. Also part of that role is to teach and coach the different retail branches that fall underneath me. And so I do a lot of hiring, I do a lot of interviewing, and different things with different branch managers. I assist in the coaching efforts of talking to, what replacements. It's kind of fun because I get to do it on all levels. I get to see people that come in with degrees and master's degrees, and then I also get to be with people who just came out of high school and want to come in as a teller, and they're just starting their job, and they're trying to figure out what do they really want to do in life. I graduated from high school, I'm not sure what I want, but hey, this is a good job, and what can I do? And so we're able to kind of coach and go through those items with them.
Thank you.
You mentioned that sometimes you have to deliver not so good news or something like that. I guess my question is, how would you, in looking at the budget, as a board, we get a lot of things brought to us from the district saying, we want to do this, we want to spend money here. If you didn't think it was prudent, how do you go back to the district and say, no, we're not going to do that, and still maintain a, good positive working relationship there with the district, because you work very closely with the district?
Well, first and foremost, I think it starts off with relationships. I think you've got to build a relationship with those that you work with and you're in front of. And so if you have a common goal, and you know what that common goal is, and that relationship's being built, then when the time comes, because a lot of times numbers are numbers. Now, they tell a story, but they don't always tell the full story. And I think being able to dig behind the numbers and say, okay, I see what the numbers say, but is this gonna, will this work? Or meaning, hey, here's the amount of money I'm earning, but I want to buy a new business, or I want to expand, but my current income doesn't necessarily justify going into that new business. So the numbers aren't there, but you see the person's ran another business. It's been successful. Everything he's touched has been successful. So you know the relationship beside it. So numbers do tell a story, but they don't always tell the full story. And so if you have a common goal and you're working towards that common goal, then there's been a trust built. And so from there, you just be honest and forthright with people. And I think if you have that relationship, then you have to say no to them. They understand you're doing it for their best benefit, and that it doesn't work within the system they are. And that's how I would primarily try to deal with it. Is I would ask questions. I try to understand what we're going on, and then if it doesn't work, you ask the questions, and if the answer or the solution's no, we say, okay, this doesn't look like this is going to work this time. What are the alternatives? Because I don't believe the answer is always just no. If somebody's looking for something, are there alternatives? What's the other methods? Are there ways around it? And I think you look at those type of opportunities.
Thank you. Next question. What do you see as the greatest strength of Wasatch School District?
To me, it's the people. Having been having been here in Heber and having been part of the school districts from the elementary to the middle school to the high school, it's absolutely the people. I mean, we have phenomenal teachers. We have teachers that have touched our kids' lives, and they've made a great impact. As an easy example of this, I was at my son's senior night of basketball, and I was watching it and cheering on it and good. Of course, because it's a senior night, I have my daughters both came home from college, were there supporting, and the swim coach, Sean Marcy, showed up and immediately went over, and they saw him and immediately went over and said hello to him, and they laughed and they talked, and you can clearly tell that Coach Marcy had an effect on their lives. They didn't know that as I was watching. He didn't know that. But just the smiles and the effect that we have really good people in this valley, and we have really good educators that care more about the children in ways more than just, hey, I just want to get them educated and move on. But they truly care about them. So to me, the biggest advantage and the greatest strength that Wasatch has is its people, and that's the one that I don't believe we can afford to lose. That's what we've always got to keep investing in, those people.
How do you think the board should regularly assess the performance and effectiveness of the district's leadership team to ensure that our strategic goals and priorities are being met?
So, in any organization, and I'll go back to my organization, there has to be, key metrics put in place. And those key metrics need to be able to follow what the vision and what the goals are. If we as a district have a clear vision of what we want to accomplish, then with that vision, we then understand what goals we're going to set. If we set clear goals that are being measured, then we have those metrics that are in place. And so at that point in time, then it becomes a conversation, and in my world, we call it coaching. You go in and you have a coach and you ask, how are things going? Tell me about how your branch is doing, or how your department's doing. Where are we at with these numbers? And then you just have honest and forthright conversations of where we're at. And if we're all working towards the same vision and those same goals, then a lot of times they're eager for input. They're eager to say, you know what, this is going well, but I'm missing it on this aspect. Do you have anything you can help me with? And I think when you have their trust and they all know we have the same vision and we have the same interests, and those interests align with one another, then people are open to make the changes we need. As far as the district goes, having not been intimately part of the district and its goals or its vision, but it looks like that's gone well here. I mean, our test scores are up. The different things. I mean, you see the educated elevated banners going on our school, and so it appears that we have a vision, and then we have those metrics. And so now the question comes is, are we just doing the monthly check-ins or coachings that we would do to make sure we stay on that track and that we don't get off course, or the ship hasn't moved a totally different direction? And so I would use that. We'd say, what are those key metrics, and where are we at in the process with this?
Sounds like this is something you do often in your work.
It is. That's one of my main items that I do on a monthly basis. I meet with branches and different people on a monthly basis, and we review budgets, we review numbers. I always tell them, give me your 5-minute story, give me your 5-minute commercial where you're at. So I walk in and they're able to say, here's where my fee income in, here's where my deposits are, my loans are, here's what we're doing well, here's our strengths, here's our weaknesses. And again, when people have a trust in you, they have no problem saying, here's what my weaknesses are, or here's where I'm lacking. If they don't have that trust, then they worry about trying to say or open themselves up to that because they just think they're going to be criticized. So again, building that trust and having an open and honest dialogue, you're able to then assess and be able to work together to achieve those goals. Am I talking too fast?
No, you're great.
You're good. Anybody else? Would you seek re-election? Are you interested in that? And if you did, what would your campaign look like? Just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's 2 years where I'd be able to be part of the board. I'd be able to understand the issues. I'd be able to understand what's going on better. I was sad to see Dan Dahl pull out because he is a wonderful individual. He's been a neighbor for years. So that was sad to me. It looks like should I be appointed, I might be running against Dan, which he is a fine individual, and I think he has a lot to bring to the district. But I would probably seek a re-election, and to be able to do that, I think a lot of that is getting out and meeting people, talking to people. And again, I know a lot of the people in the district already, but I think a lot of it is meeting people eye to eye, knee to knee, hand to hand, and shaking their hand and meeting people. I believe that it's really easy not to like somebody or to create a narrative about people until you get to know them. And then once you get to know them, you realize that people actually are, pretty good people, and they have good intentions. And so I think that's the goal number one, is how do you, get out and meet those people.
Our valley is growing. There's a lot of new people to meet out there.
It is. And it's something I'll have to do, because throwing mulch on a yard sign, I don't think it's going to grab anyone's attention. It's not a name people are going to be like, what?
They will. They'll be like, what is that name? How do I pronounce that?
Yes.
Sorry, people got Dietrichson and Dickerson confused
Yeah,
all the time.
But that's like, half the money spent with twice the, yeah.
Sometimes we had signs in the same area. It was great.
Yeah.
So just to follow up on that, to your point about Dan, if you weren't appointed, would you run against the person who's in?
Yeah, there would be, some of that would depend on who's in. Like, if there's a school board member that's in and they have a clear vision of what they're doing and things are going well, I would have to ask myself, why rock the boat? If the needs are being met and the kids are being taken care of and the district's going in the right direction, sometimes leaders need support as much as they need competition. And so to stand behind them, pat them on the back and shake their hand and say you're doing a fine job, I think is an admirable thing to do, and sometimes more important than running with that. Now, if there's an open seat and there was no incumbent, yes, I would be running, because I am interested in being part of the district.
So you're saying if the incumbent is doing well, doing their job?
Yeah.
But you would, the question was, would you seek?
Yes, and so if I was appointed to the board, I would seek re-election, absolutely.
And you're doing a good job.
Yeah, and you know what? Penny,
Right.
I'm doing a good job, and if the feedback's that I'm not, I think sometimes, you know, a real leader and true leadership is knowing when to step aside. And then if that's what I'm hearing from my constituents in my area and that, then yeah, sometimes the hard thing to do is the right thing to do, and if it needs to step aside. But I would hope in 2 years I would be doing a good enough job that I would want to seek re-election, people would want to re-elect me.
That's all of our hope, right? That's my hope, yeah.
Do you have any questions for the board, or is there anything else you'd like us to know about you? Position?
Not necessarily. Am I standing in your way of dinner and
No, we don't have dinner for a while.
Tomorrow.
I was asking you.
Yeah. I mean, you've all been on the board and you've run for the seats. What have you found as the most rewarding as far as being part of the school district?
Well, it's been 2 months on the board. It's been very eventful.
How bad?
So the rewarding part is it's building on me. It's not, it's building. But I will say the thing that I've already noticed is a willingness to work together. And for me, the willingness for people to work together and understanding that we do have good people in the district, you mentioned that there are good people in this district who want the best for the kids in this district. Something that someone else said as well is the engagement of the community. I think for me, the engagement of the community, the feedback from the community, and the ability to hear from others has been extremely important for me. I'm not going to call it validating, because sometimes it's not. Sometimes you hear lots of things, and so sometimes it's not validating for why we sit in this position. But I do think the fact that we have an engaging community is something that, for me, I want to continue to encourage. And for me, that is an extremely rewarding part of being on the board.
Awesome.
For me, there are a couple things, a few things actually, but the biggest thing is seeing, I guess, the end results, or graduation, celebrations at the end, celebrating teachers. We do a thing at the end of the year where we honor, the community actually votes on Distinguished Educator of the Year is what we call it. And going to those celebrations, giving them their awards for that, and seeing the surprise and tears on their faces. Going to an elementary school spelling bee, middle school spelling bee, those are the little things. Going to, being invited to the multicultural night at Timpanogos Middle School, talking to people, seeing parents, seeing teachers, having teachers come up and say, thank you. Because sometimes it can be a thankless job, but this position does have a lot of thank yous that come our way. And seeing a student in the hall that you know, and they just have them smiling at you, knowing the kids, to me those are the rewards. And then I was thinking a successful conversation with a constituent, maybe answering their question, being available for them, and being able to answer their question and having success through that. It's a big deal. So.
I love that.
So I think your question was, what's been rewarding for us to serve on the board? So I've been on for 7 years, and the first couple of years were pretty good. I thought this is good duty. And then COVID hit, and all hell broke loose. Excuse me. And it's never quit. And it's been very difficult to serve on board. 2 years ago, I wasn't gonna run again. I kinda had the same attitude, well, if a good candidate puts in, I'm good with stepping away from it, but no one put in. So I did, so I continued on, but it's been a lot harder than I thought it would be to serve on the board. And we make a lot of tough decisions, and decisions that I have to live with, because I'm gonna stay here too the rest of my life. Decisions financially that my kids are gonna have to live with. Decisions that I helped make. When we go to truth in taxation and we raise taxes, that's a really hard thing. And no one likes you, and no one likes you anyway. Or no one tells you they like you, but they'll tell you how much they dislike you. But those are some hard things. But obviously, there's some really good things about serving on the board. I personally have really enjoyed the relationships that I formed. Some with district people, some with I'm very close to Kim. We've been on, 4 years or so, and others. Those have been good relationships. But some of the things we've been able to accomplish, and I can look back and I'm proud of the decisions I helped make. The high school, that was tough to be able to put our necks out there and say, we're gonna build a new high school, and we have an avenue to do that. That was really hard, but I think it was the right thing to do. And so sometimes some of the hardest things that we've had to go through, and I won't go through them all, have ended up being the most rewarding. And so I do find joy in serving on the board. It's fun to see groups come in, groups that I was never a part of, and see how happy they are. Was it the singing? The music group. Almost had me in tears. I see them come in and see how passionate they were about what they were doing, how close they were as a group, how supportive they were of one another. A lot more supportive than any ball team or dance team or anything out there. And I don't mean to knock on them because I was part of that group, but very rewarding to see that. And so a lot of good things, but hard too. So, anyway, that's a long answer. I just poured myself out. Anyway.
Awesome. That's awesome. I think mine is the interaction with the kids, definitely. But also to see the positive impact that education can have, the difference it can make, and to be part of that process to do good and to make that positive change. That's incredibly rewarding to know that decisions you made positively impacted kids and communities for futures to come, and I think to advocate for people. There's a lot of hard conversations, but I feel in the 2 months, and I'm still learning, but I've had people approach me that I feel like I've been able to ask questions and get answers or direct them to the right way to address their concerns and help them resolve concerns that they've had. And I've enjoyed being able to help people advocate for themselves or advocate for them.
That's awesome. No, I love your answers, and I appreciate that. That would be something that, going forward as a board member, that later on down the road, if somebody asks me that, I can say, like my predecessors, part of it was just the joy of serving and being part of it and doing the hard things that created good results in the end. Because again, like in any organization or anything we do, there are hard decisions that have to be made, and there are things that, there are consequences to those decisions, and understanding that. But again, you do it with the right heart and the right intent, and knowing that it was the right decision, and it becomes the right decision, and it's the right thing. So I appreciate your answers, and I do appreciate you guys serving and being part of my children's education, because that's been being in Heber has blessed my children's lives. It absolutely has. Being able to participate in the activities and be with the teachers, and I know, when I walk through the halls and I see different teachers and they say they know my kids, typically I smile and I always ask them which one, because the answer is going to be different no matter what they say. And so usually my older son is good. My younger son, I dodge a little bit. I see Miss Disher over there and I'm like, she knows Caleb probably far too well and has been in her office a few more times. But no, I do appreciate it, because again, I've been in those high schools. Principal Hardy I had a meeting with Principal Hardy with one of my daughters about reading, and the way he cared, and the room that was there, and they were there for my daughter. And so it's those rewarding things that I hope that I can be part of. So I appreciate your time.
I just have one question,
Yeah.
a follow-up
I think
question
we're down
before
to
we finish up.
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, briefly. I've been asked this question multiple times as people have reviewed the list of candidates, so I just want to address it with you and put it on public record for the community because it has been a common concern I've heard. I've had a lot of people ask if there was a conflict of interest because the district banks at Zions and you work at Zions. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Zions Bank, and I love the bank that I work for, and I think it does a lot of good, and it does have a lot of accounts. I view my position at Zions Bank, and it is my position at Zions Bank, much like you guys, where I deal on the macro level, not the micro level. So Wasatch School District does have a dedicated account officer. His name is Guillermo Zelaya. He's through the commercial side. He does not report up through me. In those scenarios, whether the district banks with us or doesn't bank with us does not apply to me at all. I don't make more money. I don't make less money. I don't bonus on those type of things. And so, do I wish every organization in the world would bank with the bank that I work for? Sure. I love the bank that I work for, so I'm very proud of that. If an item came amongst the board that dealt directly with Zions Bank or with something that was that I felt would be a conflict of interest, I would immediately recuse myself on that. Again, in my role, I have been, at times around where I've seen, Provo City or Park City or different things where they put out RFPs, which is like a request for pricing to get different bids. I am not part of those. And most of the time when the bank or the bankers meet with the district in that aspect, they're meeting with the business administrator. They don't meet with the superintendent. They don't meet with the board. It's not a decision that normally ever comes in front of a board. And so while the board's there to kind of give the macro level direction, it's not there to choose those type of items. And so I understand the concept that, hey, we have accounts at Zions. I would hope that shouldn't, I don't believe that should disqualify me because there is no conflict of interest there. It's not something that I control or that I have necessarily a hand in.
And to be transparent, I took it to board leadership and she asked and that legally said there is no conflict of interest, but I did want to address that because I've had that question.
And full disclosure, our attorneys, anytime we do anything on public service or anything, we do have a form that goes through, and so it is reviewed by our public attorneys and our HR representatives. And so there is a form they sent out that said basically, here's the items, and here's your ethical side, and here's what we expect from you. And part of that is, if there happened to be a time that something came up that would deal with Zions Bank directly, I would recuse myself and leave the room. My employment is very important to me, and I want to make sure that my ethics and my standards, and it's not viewed as I'm doing something that's shady or under the table.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming and spending time with us and letting us get to know you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will break for about 5 minutes and we'll move up to the bench and then resume the rest of our meeting. We'll go.
So we'll deliberate up there.
Oh, yes. No, we're going to deliberate here.
I do need a restroom break.
Yeah, so we will take, sorry, let me go backwards. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back here. We will have a discussion and then we'll go up there.
And for anybody, we've had a motion and public comment is
Yes.
happening earlier than the posted agenda.
Yes. It will happen after our discussion.
Perfect.
review discussion. One thing I want to mention to everybody, I think this public, that I want you to know that this process has been public, per school, local policy, state code, and by USBA recommendations. The decision will be made as an action item after the public comments. And as far as the timing, I know there's been some questions out there regarding the timing of our decision. It's based on Tyler Bluth's letter that's dated January 25th, and per policy and code, an appointment will be made tonight, which is 30 days after his letter, so.
And Kim, just on that, because I know some people have said, well,
Yeah.
isn't the 27th 30 days? So to be clear,
Right, yeah.
policy and code says it has to be done in an open board meeting.
That's right.
And this is our open
Yeah,
board
this
meeting
is our
before the
open board
27th.
The vacancy was not created until the 28th.
Thank
So the 30 days began to run on the 28th.
The 28th.
Okay, thank you.
So I disagree. I disagree on that because the vacancy wasn't created until the resignation. And the resignation didn't occur until we said it was effective the 25th. That's what the vote
But
was.
according to, it's the date of the resignation, which is January 25th. Jared, would you like to speak to
So
this?
his resignation was accepted in the board meeting on the 28th, and the vacancy was then created in the open meeting on the 28th.
But the vacancy wasn't created because it wasn't effective immediately. The seat was not available until the 25th, because the effective date would have been the 25th.
So you're mixing terms, Brad. With all due respect, there's a difference between vacancy and the effective date of the resignation.
Was the seat held yesterday?
No, it was not.
That is not how the interpretation was when we had that conversation. He was on the board through the 25th.
If the seat was held yesterday, you couldn't have accepted letters of intent.
Actually, that's incorrect because 4A in 20A-1-511, 4A actually says we can start the process as soon as we receive a letter of resignation. We cannot appoint them to fill that position or fill that role until the resignation has in fact occurred. So we can receive those prior to then, according to the law.
But the board went one step further in its meeting on the 28th when it accepted the resignation.
Effective February 25th. That's the distinction here, is that it was effective February 25th.
Brad, this has been confirmed by USBA, and we're going with the council, with the council recommendation.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm telling you, I disagree with what is being said, and I'm noting that on the record.
Okay.
I disagree with what's being said. I understand that you are saying this is what you want to do. USBA is not an elected authority. USBA is an organization.
But we're following policy and code.
May I finish?
Of course.
Thank you. USBA is an organization that we work with. Following code and following the law says it's 30 days from the date of resignation. We said at the last board meeting, the effective date of the resignation was February 25th. That is what we voted on, to accept it for the resignation of February 25th.
We are going with our attorney's counsel. Okay?
Are we going to vote on that?
Yes, let's vote on that.
Can you vote not in an actual board meeting or the?
We are in an actual board meeting. Okay, is there a motion to, what would the motion be? Is there a motion to move on with,
To accept council's recommendation.
is there a motion to accept council's recommendation?
The legal counsels.
Yes.
I will make a motion to accept legal counsel.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, we'll move on into our discussion. We'll open this up for discussion. I encourage you to stay positive, and we'll just open up for free discussion if anybody wants to
first want to say I am pleased with the amount of candidates that submitted a letter of interest and how many people want to do good. So I mean, thank you to everyone who came, who interviewed, who submitted an interest form to help the district and help kids. So it takes a lot of courage, like we said, and I appreciate everybody coming. So I think we have a lot of strong candidates, and I want to make sure they know we're grateful, and I mean, all of them have different strengths.
I agree. All of the candidates do have different strengths. Let's just start with any open comments, and then we'll just go from there.
Pull out my papers.
First of all, this is really awkward. Just so everyone knows, I mean, we've sat and listened to 6 of you for the last almost 3 hours, and I've been impressed with many of you, most of you. And it's awkward to know that here in a little bit we have to pick one of you when we could probably pick any of you to fill that seat. And so I don't have anything negative to say about any of you. I really don't. And I enjoyed, I feel like getting to know you, and I appreciate you coming and having the courage to come and put yourself out there, because that's not easy.
I agree.
That's what I'll say for now.
I agree with Corey and Brianne. I mean, we have great candidates, really anybody, everybody. There are some that stood out more for me. Everybody has different qualities and strengths about them that would be offer great contribution to this board and to our district. There are some that rose to the top personally. I'll leave it.
Okay. I have some. So I got all my papers laid out here because I was like trying to highlight, because it's a lot of information, but I just wanted to highlight some of the strengths that I saw that I valued. And I'll start, they're not in order, so I'm sorry it's not in the order that we interviewed, but my papers, I really appreciated Mr. Balch, am I saying that correctly? Mr. Balch's business finance degree and his experience in the finance world. I feel like that is not a strength that I have personally, but fiscal responsibility is important to me, and so I feel like that would be a nice compliment. I really appreciated Mr. Collette, right? Mr. Collette's organizational communication and solving problems. I think that's a strength that our district could use, and in communicating back. I like how he kept saying listening and communicating back. I just want them to know what I value. So Ms. Lofgren, the more opportunities for populations in need, and making sure that we're serving all kids and giving kids what they need to be successful, I thought was a strength. She's definitely an advocate for kids. I appreciated Nicole Ferguson. She talked a lot about listening and making sure everyone was heard and assessing the needs, and she definitely has a tie with the community and wants to collaborate with the community, and I appreciate that strength. With Craig Chambers, he repeated a lot, respect and care, and when he talked about amazing people and teachers that care, I appreciated the values he espoused of respect and care and experience and listening, and I appreciate his experiences with the law, and I think that would bring a valuable perspective. And Mr. Nord, he has similar with Mr. Balch. He has that finance background, which would be a compliment for me. I appreciated his research in speaking to PLCs and the value that PLCs are in this district. So please know each of you have serious strengths that would be such a benefit. And so I want you to know that's appreciated, and it was noted. Yes, there are some that I thought rose to the top for me, but I've kind of dominated. I'd love to hear your perspectives, and then you can get into it more.
Brad, would you like to come in?
Sure. I'll echo a lot with what Brianne said. A lot of everyone, I think, brought something really amazing to the table from their different perspectives, and I think that's really important. And just to comment for Dan for his decision to rescind and why he made that decision, I think is very commendable and respectable, and should be just respected for what he did in trying to view the district in the best light.
Thank you.
With Nicole Lofgren, Spanish is a big deal. Our district has 20% of the district approximately. I think that's right, about 20% of our district has Spanish speaking in their homes. That's a really big deal. And I think that's something that it's a perspective and an experience that I think becomes important. I don't have that. And for me, the ability to connect with population groups that I don't have, I know how important it is to be able to have conversations with people in the language that they hear best and understand best. And I think that's a really important element. Nicole Ferguson, for her, she's very passionate about the community. That was obvious to see. One other item on, for Nicole Ferguson, she's very passionate about the community, and that's really appreciated. And that should be celebrated, to be extremely passionate. Being a business owner is hard, and it takes a lot of guts to be a business owner, and it takes a lot of wherewithal to be able to survive the ups and downs and everything that we all have to go through. And the fact that she's still in business after COVID and everything else is a testament to that. Craig Chambers, I work with a lot of different cities. Craig Chambers, being an attorney for a city, has a perspective that becomes extremely important to bring elements to this organization that I think would be extremely beneficial. Ryan Nord, the finance background, coming from the Midwest. I came from the Midwest. I'll give you that, although it's Illinois and I'm from Minnesota, so I won't hold that against you. But I did work in Chicago for a number of years, and so, but having that finance background, like Brianne mentioned, and same thing with Charles Balch, having that finance background for me is an element that I think becomes important as we look at things. And Jake, Colette, again, the mentioning of organization. The thing that stood out most for me with Jake was when he said he moved back here after moving away and moved back because of their experience in another school district. And to me, that's a testament to the community and why you're here in this community. So.
Thank you. I'll go through mine real quick. Nicole, I really like the fact that she can speak Spanish. I think sometimes that might be very useful for us. I like her focus on diverse demographics. I love it. I loved it when you said you'd like to keep the diverse demographics here in the valley and not have them pushed out because of financial needs or anything like that. Nicole Ferguson. Yeah. I do like that you are a business owner, you understand the community, especially the business side of our community, and just ways that we can work together as a community. So you have a good understanding of that collaboration. This is not in any particular order. Jake Collette, I really paid attention to his skills, his communication and problem solving skills, because I think that's something that, where is he? There you are, okay. I really like that you have skills in problem solving, communication, and I really liked it when you said you seek out conversations. You're not afraid to jump in with 2 feet to have a conversation with anybody in our community, and that is important, being on the school board as well. Really liked your answer as far as like skills to possibly bring 2 high schools together. I think that is something that I have been concerned about for many years, and something that is very important to me. Let's see, Charles Balch. So your finance background is something that is something that I'm interested in, because again, like Brianne, it's not my wheelhouse, and I think it is something that's needed on our board. Somebody with a real strong financial background, and you definitely, with business finance for 26 years is something that would be an asset to the board. The fact that you have various leadership roles is also something that I feel is important. And also just your ability to communicate and be out in the community, you're friendly. And think that's something that's I liked your answer about using key metrics to follow vision and goals. We talk about the district's vision and the various goals. And goals change over time. So I liked how you discussed that. I love your 5-minute story. The thing that you said about 5-minute stories, I think that's something that maybe we should even use here. So that was something that was interesting to me. Let's see. Craig Chambers understands taxpayers. That's something that stood out to me, and that's something that a skill that we could use. Listening helps bridge the community and having respect for the community. I like your experience with working with local governments and experience with working with people, and the fact that you respect people and that you're compassionate and you understand human resources, bonding, and truth in taxation. Ryan Nord, background in finance is a strong point. You talked about building trust, you're empathetic, you're understanding, compromising. Those are some key words that stood out to me that's important in our community, for our community. Let's see. And Dan Dahl, much respect. Where is he? Is he here? Much respect for Dan Dahl for what he did. He was thinking about this district, the students, the community, the teachers, and decided to step down as a candidate. And I am very sad for what he felt that he was experiencing out in the community, and I hope that the community will hear that story and learn from it. So, thank you.
Looks like it's my turn. I'm not going to go through each individual one and say where I liked or disliked. I didn't dislike anything. Some have different strengths than others. Some have more time to serve. Some are passionate about kids. Some have a stronger financial background. Any one of you 6, or 5, whoever's not appointed, could win this seat in 2 years. I honestly believe that, because you're all stand-up, good people. And I've been impressed, as was said, with the type of people you are, and that you would come out and apply for this seat. So, again, I'm not going to go through it all, but I appreciate you coming, and we have a hard decision to make.
So, are we comfortable sharing our top candidates, or would you rather keep that private for now?
I do want to hear the public comment, but because I
that's
think
right.
that's going to inform our decision, but I do want to know what strengths you feel, because there's some that I feel like, yes, I think our board needs that. So I guess I want to know what strengths are sticking out to you.
Okay, yes, we will go through the public comments, and I would like to hear some feedback from the community on that before so I'll retract that. Is there any need for further discussion? Do we feel comfortable stopping right here and moving into public comment so that we can hear what the community has to say? Or would you like to keep discussing?
I have like 3 that have risen to the top for me, but I haven't narrowed it down. And like I said, public comment will influence that. But I guess, yeah, what traits or strengths do you feel like the board needs?
Yes.
That's a good question.
Can we not kind of further that after the comments when we go up and start?
I'm still new at the process.
This is my first time doing this.
It's first time for all of us.
So maybe after public comment, then we can kind of
that can still
further
be part
discussion.
of our, I think
Yes.
it can still be part of our discussion.
This is new to all of us, so please give us some leeway here. Brad, any comments?
I think so long as after we do public comment, we can extend and further openly discuss, I think would be, I don't have an issue with that.
Jared, is there any problems with going down that path?
Okay. All right, then let's move into public comments. They're going to redo the floor, and then we'll move up to the bench. period. And I just want to state that the purpose of this time is for the public to provide the board with comments regarding the board vacancy and other issues. Please know that disparaging comments about any candidate or any district employee will not be allowed during the public comment period. Those should be directed to the district in a more private setting. We have allotted 30 minutes for public comment per policy, and each individual providing comments will be given 2 minutes, in which Stephanie Disher will be monitoring the time. So I will now open the floor for public comments.
Please state your name.
Oh, and please state your name and your address.
Oh, my
Thank you.
address. Okay, you're
Yeah.
gonna check on me. I like it. I'm Jill Lawson. My address is 1055 South, 1420 East in Heber.
What district was that? Would that put her in?
She's
I don't
in
know,
my
Kim's.
district. She's in District F, Seat F.
District F, obviously. I have 5 kids. My oldest graduated from Wasatch High in 2023. And sorry, this is not about what you're doing tonight, so this is kind of confusing.
It's okay.
But my oldest graduated in 2023. I have 2 more at the high school right now and 2 at Old Mill Elementary, so really involved in the schools. In March of 2023, almost 2 years ago exactly, my oldest daughter wrote an email about the negative experiences she had with her high school coach. And she detailed different situations that happened that violated Wasatch County School District policies. She sent that email in hope that the adults she trusted and knew would be interested in hearing from her, and it would create a positive change. The email was sent to school administrators, the school board, and the school district. She waited until she was totally done with her sport and felt like it was finally safe, that there wouldn't be negative ramifications for her at that time, and she was about ready to graduate, but she wanted to kind of initiate those hard conversations. The adults didn't really want to talk to her or find out what had happened, so I reached out to Kim because I knew her and she's my person over my area, I guess, and we've been talking on and off for the past couple years, and she's been working on changing the policy a little bit to make things better for our kids. So I'm here today because I don't feel like there's been a change made yet, and that was 2 years ago. I feel like if a similar situation happened to my other 4 kids that happened with her, that it wouldn't be handled any differently today than it was a few years ago. So that's concerning to me. I'm here because I want a broader group of people to be made aware of this situation specifically, and to know that there are other situations like mine in our school district. There's a pattern of when parents bring forward their concerns. Sometimes it feels like they're being swept under the rug and not really taken seriously. I also want you to know that what I feel like I've really learned over the past couple of years is policies do not keep our kids safe. It's people that keep our kids safe. Policy is just words on a paper, right? And that was never the problem in my situation. The school district policy clearly outlined many things this coach violated, and in my opinion, it's not what needs changed. We need people in the positions of power and trust who are going to do the right thing, even when it's hard, that are going to make safety the #1 priority and are willing to put that above their own personal relationships and friendships. I'm here because I still don't know exactly what parents are supposed to do when these situations come out. Who do we reach out to? Who will listen? Who will follow protocol so things can be investigated and handled quickly and appropriately? There needs to be documentation. So thank you. I'd love to talk with you more about this.
Thank you, Jill. Jill, we'll continue communication and work together, okay?
Hi, my name's Ryan Lawson. I'm at 1055 South, 1420 East. That's my wife, Jill. Out of curiosity, I looked at neighboring school districts to see if I could find anything on school safety. And immediately when I looked up Park City School District and Provo School District, our neighboring districts, on their front page, their mission statement proclaims that safety, or a safe learning environment, is that before academics. When I look at Wasatch County District website, there is nothing about a safe learning environment. You have to search deeply through the website to find anything about safety and our kids being safe at school. There's been a lot of talk in our district about test scores and education achievements, and a lot of money spent on banners that are on each of the schools, including this building, about academics, but nothing about safety. As a parent, as a father, a protective role, I can only speak for myself, but I think as a community, we as parents assume that our kids are safe at school. The distinction between external safety measures, like preventing threats from outside the school, and addressing internal threats, such as emotional abuse by coaches or other figures of authority, is a crucial point. It's easy to assume that safety is only about physical security, but the emotional and mental well-being of students is just as important, if not more so in some cases. When those in positions of trust don't uphold the appropriate behavior and standards, it can lead to lasting harm for students. That is not happening. I remember a few years ago, there was a threat made at the that made the public on the news. And it was handled very quickly. Police were immediately put in schools. Schools were locked, and you had to check in and out, which are all great things. Thankfully, it wasn't a temporary fix, and those safety procedures have stayed. The risk of a school shooting type situation is much lower than other risks kids face. Estimates are often below 1%. I had no idea the abuse from a coach to a student is much more common occurrence. The U.S. Center for Safe Sport.org reports that on average 40 to 50% of a student athlete can experience some form of abuse.
Mr. Lawson, please finish up.
Okay. Now that I have had a personal experience watching my daughter go through this, I've realized it's more common than we think. The school district has done a good job protecting kids from outside, but what about the threats inside the school? I have given the school district the benefit of the doubt, and I would like more parents to be made aware of this problem and something other parents should be concerned about. My hope is that doing the right thing and real change can happen. My hope is Wasatch County can be the safest and the most academic school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name's Kimo Pulse, and I live at 1760 Lost Colt Drive, District F. I've really enjoyed going through this process. I think truly all 7, including Dan, represent the best of Heber. Makes it easier for you guys not to make a wrong decision. However, there is a good, better, and best. And I encourage the board to consider diversity with the talents and skills that are offered. You've had obviously some very good financial backgrounds, some problem-solving skills, communication skills, interpersonal skills, all things that I think will benefit the diversity of the board. I also, how do I say this? I vote we do it like this every time we get rid of elections. No signs. But it really has helped me to sit and listen to people talk and hear what they have to say. I think it was Colette that talked, or someone talked about the chatter. You know, during election period, you get a lot of chatter, and this kind of cut right down to the bone of what we're looking for. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Randall Lund. I live at 3581 East, 1200 South. I'd also like to speak to the selection process that we're doing tonight. You have some great candidates. I don't envy your job. I will refrain, I think, from making any recommendations. Ms. Dickerson knows my position, I believe, and I'll just leave it at that. But I think you won't have trouble finding a candidate with the intellect and the perceptiveness and those intellectual skills that are going to be important for the board. What I would like to just remind everyone of is that there is a need for healing in our community. I think one of you used the word rift. This is a real thing. It's important. And I would just urge you to make that if not the top, at least an important priority as you consider the candidates. I don't think it's a matter of intellect. I think it's a matter of attitude and fundamental values. And it's important for the community that they know that their board member values them, values representing them, and understands that that's fundamentally what the job is. Even though they're not elected, you're acting as proxies because there isn't an election. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Denise Harris, 640 West, 1090 South. And this is my seat that you're talking about tonight. So thank you to all the candidates. Thank you for putting a letter of intent and coming tonight. I know this wasn't easy, and I did read all your letters and your questionnaires, and I was here for everyone except for Nicole L. Sorry, I was skiing. If you're okay with it, I would like to provide my top three, if that's all right with you guys. Again, it's not disparaging to anybody who's not on that top three list. I think if you took the best of all of them and make one like super candidate, it would be awesome. But in no particular order, I had Craig, Ryan, and Nicole L. For different reasons and different strengths that would provide a good representation and a good added benefit to what you already have on the board here. So that's just my opinion from listening tonight. I also was wondering, at some point, are we going to increase this board to 7, potentially? Because when you look at the maps and you see the rather big area that everybody has, and it's only getting bigger, that maybe that's going to be needed to help with the communication, is to break the district areas down to smaller pieces and add 2 more seats. So that's a thought.
I'm happy to answer that.
Oh, okay.
We have to reach 10,000 students.
Oh, really?
That's the trigger.
Statute.
Where are we now?
Oh, 8,000, where, superintendent?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you count our out-of-district online students, we're at about 8,500.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. So I wasn't sure if the new high school would help with that too, having a bigger board, but I guess not. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Is there anybody else for public comments?
Is anyone online?
Oh, is there anyone online? Kirsta says no.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm usually used to looking at Stacy. Okay, if there are no further comments for the public comment session, we'll close public comments and move into action items. Here we go. Or I feel like we can do this however. We have a discussion. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to having a discussion about our candidates. The mics are open for anybody that wants to speak. Bear with us. We are in a thinking process, so.
So I understand. I understand that it's already been cleared and talked about. For me, Charles Bulk, even though you sound like an amazing person, my preference would be is to have you voted in rather than having to explain to people, but we had this cleared and there's not a conflict. That would be one, for me, that's, to what Randall Lund said about the community needing healing, I think this is a part of that trust process for me, is helping to build that trust with the community to say it's, if we have to explain it, it's too hard. My hope would be is that we don't have to explain it, because I think that makes it easier if we don't have to explain it. I also, knowing knowing that we have a large contingent of our population is Spanish-speaking, Nicole Lofgren would be on that list for me as someone. Jake Collette for the organization and communication skills. For me, one of the top priorities right now is how do we walk into the next 2 years and open a new building, which is going to be a beautiful building, but how do we do that in a way where we can have the community rally around this? When the community splits, I went to a high school that split. My senior year, we split. 100 kids out of my 1,300 kid class, in my graduating class, 100 went to the new high school because of a perception. And I think we need the ability, and I think that is an important thing for us to look at right now, is the ability to communicate with people and to have them understand that, and the community to heal. Many people in the community had a feeling about the high school, whether it should have been built or shouldn't have been built. To one of the pieces that Jake did mention, and actually Randall Lund picked up on that as well, was there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of things that have been talked about, and that resonated for me, because sometimes we have to get through that noise to realize why are people upset about the high school, and how do we move past that? Because a decision was made. Whether people believe it was right or wrong, a decision was made. And that decision was made, and we have a new high school, and it will be a beautiful building. And it will be, as we all know, the Deer Creek Riverhawks, and I'm super excited. I think this is gonna be an amazing experience for those kids that go to the school, whoever they may be. And there's a lot of things that we have to work through in that process. And the other element, or the other person, would be, for me, Craig Chambers, specifically because of his background in government and working with city attorneys. This is nothing against Ryan or Charles or Nicole Ferguson. It's just the ability to have that experience to understand a little bit more about the legal side of things, I think, for me, is an important element as we move forward. So.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go next. I have my top three, and this is hard, but this is nothing against any of the other candidates. Everybody has truly been wonderful. Really love everything about you, and anybody can fill this seat up here. But my top three, and not in any order, is Craig Chambers, Charles Balch, and Jake Collette. I'm just going to respectfully disagree, Mr. Ellert, about Mr. Balch. I don't want to push a good candidate aside when there isn't a conflict of interest. It's been stated by our attorney. I don't feel like it is something that we're going to have to explain away. Mr. Balch has clearly explained his relation, his job in Zions Bank, and I just don't feel that there is a conflict of interest. And one of my things that I'm looking for in a candidate is somebody that has a really strong financial background, because this is something that our community, something that I have heard in the last 4 years, is fiscal responsibility. That is probably one of the loudest things that concerns issues that I have heard from this community. We're living in an area that people are being priced out of their homes, and it's an issue. And I feel like Mr. Balch is someone that can bring another pair of eyes. Nothing against the one pair that we have right here as far as looking at finances, but I would like some more help with that, and I think Mr. Balch is a good candidate for that. Mr. Collette, I'm actually struggling between the three, and you're all just great candidates, and you all have some great attributes, characteristics to bring to this board. So
That is where I am.
Okay, okay, where I'm at, I do wanna just speak to my constituents and let them know, I read every email, every text, thank you for the phone calls. We have really strong candidates, and so there wasn't like a clear favorite from my community, which makes it difficult because everybody had different reasons why they supported. So I just don't want anyone to feel unheard because there was such a variety of recommendations. With that being said, from the letter of interest, from the questionnaires, from the interviews tonight, from recommendations that came in and reasonings with those, well, before I go there, I would say with Brad's line of thinking, that those were the concerns I had with Nicole Ferguson. I thought she was a wonderful candidate, but I think CRAs is such a divisive issue that was a concern for me with Nicole is in rebuilding trust with the community. I think there is a concern there, and so that one is one that I would recommend we not pursue just because of the CRA conflict. My top three were based on experience and the experience and skills that I would like in the board. I felt that Craig Chambers, I liked his government experience, I like his law experience, I like his value for education and the values that he espoused of respect and listening. I like Jake Collette's experience with solving problems and communication, and I think those are needed in our board right now. And then I also had, like I said, finance and fiscal responsibility is important to me, and that's not a strength I feel I have. So Ryan Nord and Charles Balk, their finance experience was important to me. So the experience of finance, government, and the organizational communication, those carry a lot of weight for me.
Yeah, I want to echo real quick, sorry. Let me just, the CRA issue is a concern for me as well, and I see that as something that's on my radar as an issue, so I agree with you.
I actually have Nicole Ferguson on my list because I want to know more about CRA, and I know it's a hot topic. When we were in the middle of discussing that, I was probably one that was a little bit more in favor of it than anyone. I'm not saying that I would vote for it at this time, but I think there's some good that can come from that if it was projected the right way. And so I view that as a strength. The finances is a big thing for me. I'm in finances. I was probably on the board for 2 years before I even began to wrap my head around it. There's that much to it. It's very complex. And I was drinking out of a fire hose for 2 years when it ever came to finances and all the buckets the money's in, and it was very difficult for me to understand that. So finance is still very big for me. I would love to have another set of eyes on it, and so for that fact, Ryan Nord was on my list, and Charles Balch. And again, Brad, I'm going to respectfully disagree. I don't think there's a conflict of interest. Yes, we need to work on healing the community, but we're always going to have to defend what we do. It doesn't matter what we decide, someone doesn't like it. And so, anyway, for those reasons, that's my top three candidates right now.
Okay. Would we like to have further discussion?
So I mean, I guess just to narrow it down, can we take the ones that we all gave like kind of top three? Can we take the ones that are similar? Would everybody be okay if we narrowed it down to the same names, and at least that narrows the pool or narrows the selection? Like all of us, so I guess not all of us, but I mean 3 of us said Craig, 3 of us said Jake, and 3 of us said Charles. So I guess my question is, could we narrow it down to those 3 where majority had those similarities? I'm just asking.
I'm okay with that. Let's just go down the line. And
What are the 3 we think we're at?
So Brad,
Jake, Craig, and Charles.
Mm-hmm.
well, let's have a majority on that. I'm okay with it. Brad?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we've narrowed it down to Jake, Craig, or
and
Charles.
Charles.
So any other thoughts before? I'm still I'm not ready to make a motion yet. I'd love some
Okay.
more discussion.
Okay, let's have more discussion. We can be here as long as we want.
And all of them had, oh yeah.
And is it closed, can I say?
It's closed. Yeah, sorry. Well, I'll just go through my 3 again. I'll start there, and maybe that'll help everybody. I'm just floundering between, I have what I feel like what this board needs as a strength. But one thing is Jake Collette's problem-solving skills and how he's so passionate about communication. That is something that that's really standing out to me. But at the same time, I do feel like Craig Chambers and Charles Balch hold those skills as well. So that's where I'm floundering. So. I'm just gonna say this is really uncomfortable.
Of the 3, one of the things that would push Jake to the top to me is the fact that his youngest is not in school yet. And if he is someone who is planning on staying once your kids leave school, that's, for me, that is why that name would be pushed to the top as one of the elements from a finance perspective. The reason that is not a higher priority for me is because for 20 years I have worked with school districts and helped them with finance and bonds and creating budgets and things like that. And so that's not on the top of my list. And that's why that wasn't something I was looking for.
Okay.
Because I've done that with a lot of different districts.
Thank you. I respect that.
I would say I was very impressed with Charles. I liked what he had to say. I think finance is important, but I have heard those same concerns that Brad spoke to. And I do think rebuilding trust with the community is important. And to avoid, I think we have 3 strong candidates, and to avoid any kind of pushback from the community or feeling like there is a conflict of interest, I would probably narrow it down to Jake or Craig.
I feel like Mr. Balch would be somebody who would help heal the community. Just his demeanor, his attitude, his perspective on the way you communicate with people. This is something that he does in his world every day, is he communicates, he brings people together. He's a good champion leader. He leads in a lot of different things. So for me, I feel like he is somebody who can go out and help heal the community along with the rest of us.
The challenge is if the community won't listen because they already have a preconceived idea or preconceived notion. And I think it would be different if he was elected in. If he was elected in, that would be different. The fact that he's being appointed in is the challenge for me. If he were elected by the community, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I would welcome him with open arms and say, let's get to work and let's do what we can do. It's the perception that is the challenge, and the perception that has been communicated to me from a lot of different people is that. And again, we may not have the ability to change people's perception. And so for me, I just don't want to have to fight that conversation to even start the conversation. I just don't want to have to do that.
I don't think we're going to have to.
He has a personality that people trust. I mean, he talks about going out into the community and, you know, when Corey asked him, what do you see as the greatest strength of Wasatch School District? He talks about having good people in this valley. He has the skills to go out and help heal. He has the skills to communicate out in the community. He's a good leader. I'm impressed with him.
And we can be impressed, but still not select him. Like I mentioned, I would still support him. I would support anything that he did. It's the challenge of right now is the challenge for me. It's the challenge of he may have all of those skills, but if you can't have people conversation and there's be a perception problem, that creates, if somebody feels that a person, if someone feels that there's an issue there and you can't even start the conversation, you can't start healing with that. And again, for me, if he threw his name in the ring in January of 26, I would wish him all the best of luck. And if he won, I would support him 100%. It's the challenge is now. I had support and recommendations that came to me. I had concerns about conflicts. Those are the two things. And again, you know, an attorney said so. Well, that's hard to convince people.
I disagree, but I respectfully disagree. Anybody else?
I had a lot of people reach out to me. I don't know that I had one negative thing that people reached out to me and said about any of the candidates, whether it was in an email or a telephone call or on the street. I didn't get anything negative about Charles, about Mr. Balch, or anyone else. Now, I saw stuff on Facebook that people forwarded me, but I'm gonna take that as a grain of salt. I don't do social media, for better or for worse. I think it would be wrong for us to disqualify Mr. Balch because of where he works. That's my opinion on that.
I had a lot of people reach out to me as well, not just the emails that we all received together, but a lot of people reached out to me through text, through phone calls, and even stopping me in the store on all the candidates. I mean, I had feedback for all. People had good things to say, and I didn't really have anything negative as well. So just want you all to know that you have a community that supports you, they all have good things to say about you, and I really appreciated that. And I'm with Corey. I don't want to get rid of a highly qualified, good candidate because he works for Zions Bank. It's been stated and explained that there is no conflict of interest, and I will agree with that.
So because we have 3 strong candidates, and because I feel like there is community controversy about it, for me personally, it's narrowed to Jake and Craig. And my number 1 is Craig because I love his specific experience with the HR process, with understanding the bond. So that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Discussion, we ready? A motion where I just said my opinion?
Let's go ahead and go with the motion and see where we are. Okay. Is there a motion to appoint a board member for seat D? Is it seat D?
Yes.
Seat D.
So I would like to make a motion to appoint Craig Chambers to fill seat D.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. No discussion?
Yeah, I think I've said my reasoning. Does anyone else want to discuss anything?
Yeah. I think Craig is a strong candidate. I think he has experience. The fact that he's worked for Wasatch County as an attorney, I think is important. I think the fact that he's had juvenile experience as well. You know, he talked about the redemption, and I think that's something, Brianne, you kind of hit on as well. He talked about redemption, and I think that's something else that is an important thing, so.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, we can continue with discussion. We are allowed to take a few minutes break if you need a break, or we can keep going.
No, I'm good to keep going.
Good to keep
Yeah.
going? Okay. Any further discussions? So what's it going to take for us to have a majority vote here?
For me, I will not vote for Charles. So I am a no vote on Charles for any vote.
So I think we're split 2-2 on Craig, which was just
Yep.
made apparent. I think we're split 2-2 on Charles. So I would like, can I make another motion? Is that okay, or does someone else want to?
I can open the floor for a new motion.
So knowing that those two are divided and we still have another strong candidate, I would like to make a motion to appoint Jake Collette to fill the seat D open seat. Sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? I'd like to add a few comments. I do really like Mr. Collette for all the things that I stated earlier. But again, staying on Mr. Collette. I just like all his skills with problem solving, passionate about communication. I feel like I'm redundant here. He is a great candidate. I agree. I just don't think I'm there.
For your number one.
No, he's not my number one. He's my number two.
So I guess in the issue of compromise, where we all have different number ones, is that?
We're gonna have to compromise at some point. We'll keep discussing until we can.
So do we take a vote, or is
Oh,
there more
yeah.
discussion?
So, all in favor
Of Jake Collette.
of Jake Collette as our appointed candidate?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, we can keep discussing.
Okay, just asking, I mean, we're kind of split, it sounds like, on those ones. We had some that weren't that three of us didn't have, but like Nicole was on a couple lists, wasn't she? I'm trying to look back. And Ryan was on a couple lists. We want to throw them back into the mix and have a discussion on Ryan and Nicole L. Trying to see if I'm missing anyone else. I think that was who else was in the list.
And I think something to be clear is, it's not that Charles is being disqualified from the position. It's just, for me, it's avoiding that controversy today. That's what it is for me. It's not that the person's not qualified for the role or qualified for the position.
I think it'd be excellent.
Yep. It's just for me, it's not today.
And that's where I disagree. I don't think moving on that, we've stated very clearly that there isn't a conflict of interest, and I think he will be great in our community. And I feel that we do need him on the board with his financial background, not saying that yours isn't good, Brad or Corey. Again, this is something that the community has loudly voiced, is for us to be fiscally responsible, and I would like an extra set of eyes for this. I've kind of always wanted that, actually, in the last 4 years, so that's where I am.
I haven't moved off from Mr. Balch. I just think of all the candidates, that's the one that I would want to work with right now. And I mean that with no disrespect to any of the others, but this is awkward, and we've got to try to make a decision, and that's where I'm at right now. And I'm going to say again, I see no conflict of interest.
I agree with you. Any further discussion? We can take a few minutes break if you would like to just regroup.
I think the challenge is for me is that Brianne and I have both been willing to compromise and select two different people, but there's not a willingness to back off of one person. And that's a challenge for me because, you know, sometimes if we're not going to agree, then we need to find someone else that we can agree on.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will adjourn back. We'll adjourn.
Not adjourned.
Not adjourn, I'm sorry. This is my first time. Resume, we will resume when everybody's ready with their discussions.
What happens when you skip?
No, we have dinner waiting for us. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We will resume our discussion. So let's just go in and get back into discussions. Okay, any other thoughts anybody wants to share?
I guess I would just speak back to the communication piece, because I think that is something we've heard repeatedly from the community, is communicating back. And so I feel like the two candidates that we've all kind of, I'm trying to think the words. The two candidates that there weren't any concerns or controversies or anything on, Jake and Craig, my top two, because I feel like, I think with Craig, he's had to keep respectful, professional dialogue in his profession, and I think that is needed, and the ability to communicate effectively is needed, and I think with Jake's profession, he has those same skills. I like that when we ask them about, how are we measuring strategic goals and priorities, they both spoke to measurable goals that are established goals for measurement. I feel like those are two key points. I feel like they could also both, well, and Craig more so. Craig, we talk about getting to know people and relationships and how they build trust, and Craig named people specifically where I think he already has a lot of those relationships in his area. And do other candidates? Yes, but I do think we've been divided on those, and so for two that we're not divided on, those are some more recommendations that I see as strengths.
So Craig and Jake are your top two choices, correct?
Yes.
So in speaking to those two, I have a few comments. If they were my two top choices, I really like Jake Colette's problem-solving skills, passionate about communication. Really liked his answer about building relationships in the community, especially where we have a second high school opening up. So for me, he's the stronger candidate out of the two, Craig Chambers and Jake Collette. However, Mr. Balch is still my first choice.
And so I guess let's speak to that, because that seems to be the issue that's holding us up, is the perceived conflict. But for me, it's not I think legal has spoken, it's not a conflict. So for me, I'm not speaking to it as a conflict. I'm speaking to it as I've received multiple concerns from the community. And so they're asking, please don't pick that candidate. So I want to listen to the community, and I don't want to pick one that the community has said is controversial for them. So I'm looking at candidates that aren't going to create more of a divide with the community, when I think we do need to rebuild trust with them.
And I guess that's my point, is Mr. Balch can go out. I feel like he has the demeanor and the skills and the people skills to go out in the community and bridge that gap, to repair that. I do feel like he has those characteristics, those skills to go out and mend that.
I think he has the skills, definitely, but I think someone's perception is their reality, and will he be able to overcome their preconceived opinion?
He deals with this every day in his business, with his work. I just don't see it as a problem.
I think the challenge is that right now there's two of us that do. And so there's a part of me that says, let's imagine we're doing this like the high school, with a mascot or a name or anything else. From what you just said, if we said, okay, we're two on one and two on the other, and we go down to the next level, if the next level down is Jake Collette, then that's the next level down. If we are not going to come on if there is not going to be a consensus, then maybe we don't get our first choice, and maybe we need to look at a second choice and say, well, that's not where it is. And for me, one of the comments that stuck out for me that Jake said was that it's two comments. It's to allow people to let their guard down and to seek them out when they have concerns. And for me, that's, so if I were going to throw a little bit more weight for one than the other, it would probably be a little bit more towards Jake because of that for right now. Jake may not be the right person in 2 years for the community. He may not. And if he's not, then he's not. And the community will have an opportunity to say that, and someone else could run. But if I were to pick, I would probably put Jake as the top choice today, right now.
And I think it's important to note how many times have we heard back about thank you so much for reopening up the high school naming process, and how much trust and credibility that rebuilt with the community, that we listened and that we went through the process again. And so I feel like this is a similar issue. It's, my phone's been blowing up in the break with people saying, that is a controversy for me, please don't do that. And so I think there's enough coming from the community that I want to listen. So I think that's gonna continue to be a divide. We can keep debating, but I think we're gonna stay 2 and 2 on that option.
Okay. It's okay to have silence for a little bit. Silence can be uncomfortable, but it's okay.
I need another can of soda to break the silence.
Anybody have a can of soda for
I'm
Brad?
kidding, I
Oh,
have one.
you brought one, that's right. He has enough to get us through midnight, which is what we're looking at, probably.
I don't think the school board is ever gonna bring the community together. I just don't. I think regardless who our next candidate's gonna be, we're always gonna have a very opposing opinion of the decisions we make. And so I still go back to, I don't see the conflict of interest. I don't think the next candidate's gonna help us mend. They might help us mend it, but it's always gonna be divided. There are always gonna be a certain amount of people that are against what we try to do. And so I respect that we're not all agreeing on a candidate, but I haven't moved off Mr. Balch as my number one choice.
Go ahead, Brad.
And I think this is not suggesting that there's a conflict there, but again, from a community perspective, what I heard is that Corey, you work at Zion's and he works at Zion's. That's what I heard from the community, right? And so if we have to start justifying relationships or how things are, that's again where I just heard from a lot of people in the community related to that. So.
Okay, so are you set on your candidate, each of you?
I have a top 2. I feel like we have 2 other strong candidates that there isn't controversy around. So I do have a top 2, and I'm open to compromise on.
Well, Jake Collette is my second choice. So.
Do we make a motion again?
You can.
I make a motion that we, nominate? Appoint, thank you.
Seat D.
Appoint Jake Collette to seat D to be the school board representative for seat D.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion? Any further discussion? Any comments?
I think, like we said, we have really strong candidates. All of them would do awesome, but I think this is the least controversial and the compromise for all of our different opinions.
Okay, well, I do have to keep this meeting moving, and we do have great candidates. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Motion passes. I just want to say to all the candidates, thank you. Mr. Balch, you're still my, well, no, you are a great candidate. Mr. Collette, you're a fantastic candidate. It will be great. This is where we are, and I thank everybody, and I thank everybody for being here. Yeah, I don't know really what more to say. We've said a lot, so we will move on. So Mr. Collette is our appointed candidate, and we will have an oath of office meeting tomorrow at 5 o'clock, if Mr. Collette is available at that time.
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, are you
Tomorrow at 5
available?
o'clock, we will swear you in. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We will, yeah, let's take a break. We're missing
Brianne.
Board Member Brianne.
Yes, not mine. You mean, this, Kim, is this you? Is this yours?
No.
Is it from last time? Maybe it's mine, sure enough.
I will make one comment. I do feel some weight off my shoulders. Okay, action item number 2, consideration of the purchase of the 2024 Wasatch Home Building Class Residence. Mr. Broadbent, Director Broadbent.
So this is, we have, as a school district, and I've talked to a few of you about this, but as a school district, we have a class that builds a home every year. And that home is then turned around and we sell it or lease it back to an educator. If we sell it at our costs, and if we lease it, we'll lease it at a certain rate. And so the proposal on this is a home that we sold in September to an educator in our, that educator is planning on leaving and would like to sell it back to us. And so we have a first right of refusal on this. We're under no obligation to buy it, but if we want to maintain control of this and keep it with an educator or lease it back to an educator, then we would purchase this home. So, anyway.
Is there a motion?
I would like to move that we purchase this home in the amount of $677,000.
Second?
I'll second. And is there a discussion?
Yes, there is a discussion. Open for discussion.
Go ahead.
Can you explain the 3% deed restriction that's on it?
Yes.
And explain how that works so that people understand?
Exactly. So this, we own a few lots in a subdivision called Parkview Place. And so as you look through the packet, you'll see Parkview Place is kind of over by the Southfields ballpark, kind of south of that. And the way it works is whatever your costs are, you can only increase your equity by 3% per year. So if you bought it for $500,000, or if a teacher, if we build a house and it's $500,000, then that teacher would turn around and could only sell it for whatever 3% of $515,000 the next year, and then another whatever $16,000 the year after, or whatever. So in order, because it's an affordable subdivision and we bought the lots at an affordable rate, that's how they keep maintaining the 3% rate.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor of this. I, interestingly enough, was at Lola's in Midway and had 2 sets of educators actually come up and talk to me about how important this program is for the community, to be able to have educators live in the community. So I would appreciate if we can carry on this program and find ways to keep it going.
Okay.
So.
Awesome.
Great.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Broadbent. I reached out and asked a bunch of questions, and I appreciate the time you took to answer all my questions, but I appreciate the twofold purpose of the program, that students are getting the experience, the real-world experience, and that we can provide affordable housing for educators. And I understand that it has been a life changer for certain educators that have benefited from this program and allows them to live here, be a part of the community, and us to have excellent educators. So I thank you.
Awesome.
Okay, great. Any other comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, action item number 3, consideration to approve flooring for Deer Creek High School. Mr. Bredsgard.
Thank you. So I have before you a proposal for the carpet and the LVT, the laminate vinyl tile flooring for Deer Creek High School. we did put this out to bid. Certified sales was our low price at $1,032,500. So it's my recommendation that the board approve the flooring for Deer Creek High School for $1,032,500. And this is a state contract price.
Is
So
there
moved.
second?
I think it's important to point out, because I asked why this wasn't part of the original construction bid, and Mr. Bredsgard explained that because our state contract allows us to get it cheaper, so this is actually a better financial, more fiscally responsible decision, and so.
Is there a
I'm in
second?
favor. I thought someone seconded. I'll
no.
second. Sorry, I thought we were at discussion. I'll second.
Okay, now we're at discussion, but
Ditto.
Yes.
I think we're also getting a higher quality carpet that was spec'd out in the original as well. Is that true?
Correct.
Will there be a credit
Yes.
on the bid? Thank you.
any further comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Okay, number 4, consideration to approve capital projects for fiscal year '26. Zach?
Okay, so I have before you our capital projects list for all our schools. This is a list that Mr. Kelly and myself and Lynn Thornton put together in cooperation with all the principals and head custodians. It's a long list. I'm happy to look at every item with you, but I'll first propose to you that we accept the capital projects list for fiscal year '26 for the amount of $1,205,500.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the capital project list for the listed price on the handout.
Is there a second?
There it is. Second.
Is there discussion?
Zach, would you just, so the public knows, and they're aware of this, where do you think this started out before you guys, this $1,105,000?
So after the whole process of meeting with all the principals, Sean and I discussing it, we were at about 2.5 million this year. I mean, it was a hefty list, and we say cut, nothing got cut. It got pushed to next year or the following year based on the district's needs. So, I mean, it's a hefty list, but we prioritize things. You know, we let the principals tell us what they think their school needs, and then as a district, we decide what we feel is most needed. So.
Hold down, school, please.
I just want to point out as you're considering this is a fiscal year '26 list, so this will be part of a larger budget that we'll consider in June. We get this approved early so they can start the bidding process. And so much of this work needs to be done in the summer.
I do have a question. Since this list came out for us to review, there are some maintenance things at the high school that came to light, that came to my attention.
Okay.
And, you know, maybe the principal, I directed them back to the principal. How does that work if it's something that might need to address sooner than later?
Just depending how big of an item it is, the principal would just put in a maintenance request and we would take care of it right away. If it's if there's a boiler going out that's $50,000, if it's an emergency and it's the only boiler we have, we would obviously come up with the funds and replace it. But if, there's 6 boilers at the high school, funds going out, we would just put that on this list for the coming year to replace it.
I
Okay.
will tell you that every year there's some contingency, something happens, there's a maintenance, something happens that we have to fix that hasn't been on this list. That happens every year,
Yes.
especially at the pool.
Okay.
Do you kind of budget for that? I mean, you kind of
Little
like,
bit.
okay, we're gonna
Yeah.
keep X amount back because we.
I mean, sort of. I have my budget as the maintenance department. I have a separate budget from the capital list you see here, and a lot of that stuff will fall on that. There's also times, I haven't actually put slurry seal out to bid this year, so maybe it comes in 5,000 or 10,000 less than what we have on here. That gives us a little. You guys always joke that I pad it a little. I do. I have to. for
Make
some
sure they
reason.
all come in a little less than what you got.
I mean, I replaced 3 water heaters last year at our schools, kind of like your residential ones, but bigger ones, and they were $8,000 a piece. So, we do have to have a little padding in there for some of this stuff.
You've told me this once. Remind me what the RTV.
So it's Rihanna actually asked, it should be a UTV. It's a utility vehicle. So it's like, yeah, it's a Kubota. It'll have a plow on the front and it has a dump bed on the back. We have one there now. Kimball drives it around the parking lots and cleans up there, so.
It's worn out.
Very, very worn out.
Well,
In response to President Dickerson's comment, I would say if you want to talk to myself and Jason privately, we can.
yeah, absolutely.
We can assess what's going on at the high school and help get it taken care of.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, sorry if I maybe didn't answer that. If you were asking if you had a
I just
concern.
wondered how other projects might get incorporated if it's something that the district sees needs to be fixed sooner than later, or maybe they don't. I just kind of wanted to generally know how that gets incorporated into this.
And on a school by school basis, a lot of it we leave up to the principal. I mean, if it's a maintenance issue, obviously Sean and I will decide those things, but if it's if the high school feels like they need so-and-so item that's a capital item, maybe it's not a need this year, so it could be pushed to the following.
Well, we appreciate all that you do, Zach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate how it was prioritized, that the schools were involved, and that, because the principals are boots on the ground, they know what is needed. So thank you for making those informed decisions. And I just want to give a shout out to Zach, because having a spouse who works at Heber Light and Power, when I saw the LED lighting upgrade, I'm like, I know there's a rebate, and Zach was already on it. He was like, yes, we apply for those, we get the rebate. So thank you for, making sure that you're saving money wherever you can, Zach. And I guess just a question for you, Mr. Watt, this all fits within the budget. I'm still learning.
This will fit within the budget that you approve in June.
Okay.
That it'll be part of that. But yeah, this is what we'll budget for in this category when that comes. And you'll be able to fit that in.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay.
And on the camera pieces that are mentioned, I know some of these items that are on the budget now. Some of those, are those related to any of the bills that have come through the legislature?
They are not, so these are in addition to those.
Okay.
All that stuff we've already applied for grant funding for. We're waiting to hear back from the state.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'll give you an example. Old Mill, we have $10,000 for cameras. Right? Yeah, 10,000. She wanted to add some in some of her middle hallways that can see down each hallway.
So this
the
would be in
grant
addition-
won't cover those because it doesn't see an entryway.
Yep, so these will be in addition to
Yes.
those. Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach. Okay, we'll move into consent items. Motion to approve consent items.
I will make a motion to approve the consent items.
Is there a second?
Second, I do have a question when it's time for that.
Okay, and open for discussion.
Although it is consent, so there's no.
Oh, yes, of course.
I
You're
don't
right.
have any
Sorry,
questions.
Brad.
I'm not gonna.
No,
it's-
you're right.
Never mind. I'll disregard.
I'm on autopilot. Okay, motion passes.
But you haven't
We
voted.
didn't voted. Oh, where's the food? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we've done community comments. All right, we'll move right into board report. Does anybody have anything to report?
I went to Daniels Canyon Elementary and Midway Elementary's literacy nights. They were excellent, and the turnout was amazing. I love the community involvement and the focus on reading with our theme that Wasatch reads. And then I also wanted to give a shout out to the WLA. I attended their online assembly, and the way they're engaging kids with technology, it was phenomenal to see. So our schools are doing amazing things, and I'm grateful to be a part and see it in action.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? I want to circle back to the appointment of our candidate. Thank you, board members, I know it was awkward, it was uncomfortable, but we did something really hard tonight. And I feel like we did it well. We were respectful, and I feel like we had a healthy discussion over all of our candidates, and I hope they didn't walk away feeling like, I don't know, we didn't like them. I hope they know that we respect them. We just so respect them for even coming here and making themselves feel vulnerable and putting themselves out there. It's a difficult thing, but I just want to say thank you to my fellow board members for being a part of the process.
I agree. I think,
Thanks.
I would just say I would like to commend the board as well. That was a tough process, and doing that in a public setting in front of the candidates as you deliberate, and that's not easy, and it's, I thought you all handled it very well, and you came to an impasse, and you were able to work through it, and I think it was well done. Good job.
I want to say something about that, you know, obviously, you know, I voted no. And I have my reasons, but I want you to know I'm unified with the decision that was made. And I hope that you would respect me on something in the future and be unified. You may not agree with it, but once the decision's made, I hope we can be unified and not be split because we voted different. I hope that makes sense.
Makes complete sense. Thank you.
And I do want to welcome Mr. Collette and let him know that, like you said, we are unified and he has our full support, and that decision has been made, and we back him 100%.
And we respectfully back the other candidates as well. Even though they didn't get chosen, we support them, we respect them, and I hope they know that. Thank you. Okay, Superintendent.
Well, I just say tomorrow we will have a special board meeting to swear in our new board member. We would like you all to be here if you can, and it'll be very brief. We're planning on 5 o'clock, what we said, correct? And I did talk to Mr. Collette about bringing his family, and I think you know, we did this a short time ago for the two of you, and we'll do that again tomorrow at 5. So.
Did you tell him he didn't need a tie?
I haven't even word on the tie yet. But,
You'll figure it out.
He will. I still keep missing that memo.
Put in charge of cutting your tie
I
off
know.
the next time we're
You
gonna
should.
give you one more time, board member Ellett, and then Sean Kelly's gonna bring his pocket knives.
That's right.
Safe schools violation.
That's right.
Jared is the only one that's allowed to wear a tie.
All right, fantastic. We will adjourn the meeting and move into executive session to discuss, I'm just going to read this, just bear with me. I'll read this a couple more times, and since we're at the beginning of the year. Under Utah Code, public bodies must conduct meetings openly, but certain topics can be discussed in a closed session under specific legal exceptions. The topics that may be discussed in a closed meeting include character, competence, or health of an individual, collective bargaining, pending or reasonably imminent litigation, property transactions, security matters, and investigative proceedings. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
To move into.
Oh, I'm sorry, is there a motion to move into executive session?
I move that we move into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
So the foods and